Therefore, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill number 9175, an act authorizing the Department of Agriculture to regulate farm gate prices for agricultural and fisheries products and for other purposes. By Representative De Macuja.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 9176, an act improving and sustaining genomics and forensic science facilities and establishing separate databases for genomics and forensic DNA in the country and for other purposes. By Representative De Macuja.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill number 9177, an act providing full coverage medical assistance to any officer or uniformed personnel of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Bureau of Fire Protection, the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, the Philippine Coast Guard, and the Philippine National Police for injuries sustained during the performance of official duties and appropriating funds therefor. By Representative De Macuja.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill number 9178, an act simplifying procedures and reducing documentary requirements for accessing government aid or assistance and for other purposes. By Representative De Macuja.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill number 9179, an act defining temporary, long-term, and permanent disability under the Magna Carta for persons with disability and providing lifetime validity of identification cards for persons with permanent disability and further amending sections 4 and 32 of Republic Act number 7277 as amended. By Representative Lopez.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill number 9180, an act developing and expanding the Philippine shipbuilding and ship repair, boat building, and ship recycling industries, and for other purposes. By Representative Dalog.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 9181, an act providing for the Magna Carta of the Out-of-School Youth. By Representative D. Faustino Michael Carlos.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill number 9182, an act expanding the composition of the Philippine Creative Industries Development Council, amending for the purpose Section 4 of Republic Act number 11904, otherwise known as the Philippine Creative Industries Development Act. By Representative Benitez Javier Miguel.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industries.
House Bill number 9183, an act establishing an extension office of the Maritime Industry Authority in the municipality of Taytay, province of Palawan, and appropriating funds therefor. By Representative Salvame.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 9184, an act establishing the Philippine National Public Park System and appropriating funds therefor. By Representative Hofer Hasim.
To the Committee on Tourism and the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill number 9185, an act renaming the Naga City National Road from the boundary of Barangay Peña Francia, traversing Barangay San Felipe, Pacol, Carolina, and Panicquazon in the city of Naga, province of Camarines Sur, to Senator Tecla R. San Andres Ziga Avenue. By Representative Legacion.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 9186, an act establishing a district office of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority in Cagayan de Oro City and appropriating funds therefor and for other purposes. By Representatives Rodriguez Rufus and Rodriguez Maximo.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Resolutions. House Resolution 997, resolution commending and congratulating Beanie for achieving the historic breakthrough of being the first Pinoy pop group to perform at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival and showcasing Filipino talent, culture, and artistry in the international stage. By Representative Copilar.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industries.
House Resolution 998, a resolution commending and congratulating Ms. Sofia Elizabeth Guevara La Forteza, or Sofia La Forteza, a Filipina performer and the leader of the international girl group Cat's Eye, for her historic and outstanding performance at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival 2026 and for bringing pride and honor to Filipinos worldwide. Representative Ortega.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industries.
House Resolution 999, resolution calling for an urgent investigation in aid of legislation into the Commission on Higher Education's proposed reframe general education curricular component for higher education and urging the CHED to junk the same, review the 2013 general education curriculum, and conduct genuine consultations with faculty organization, discipline-based expert panels, and students. By Representatives Tino, Elago, and Co.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1000, a resolution directing the House Committees on Public Order and Safety, Information and Communications Technology, and Public Information to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the rising incidence of fake news, online harassment, disinformation, cyber-enabled threats, extortion, and other abusive acts committed through social media, blogs, digital media platforms, and other online channels against public officials, private individuals, and institutions, with the end in view of strengthening existing laws and safeguards while protecting freedom of speech and legitimate journalism. By Representative Garin.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1002, a resolution urging the government of the Republic of the Philippines to support the meaningful participation of Taiwan in the World Health Organization, including its attendance as an observer in the World Health Assembly, in recognition of its contributions to global health security and international public health cooperation. By Representatives Rodriguez Rufus and Rodriguez Maximo.
To the Committee on Health.
House Resolution 1004, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Salvador B. Británico, former representative of the Barangay Association for National Advancement and Transparency, party list, during the 14th Congress, and representative of the province of Iloilo during the regular Batasang Pambansa, by Representative D. Faustino Marcos and Libanan.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message from the Senate. Message dated May 12, 2026, informing the House of Representatives that on even date, the Senate passed the following Senate bills in which it requests the concurrence of the House. Senate Bill 1894, an act enhancing the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 10931, and Senate Bill 1966, an act institutionalizing the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations Program of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, providing penalties for the violation of certain unlawful acts and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Rules.
Subpoena ducis tecum. Pursuant to Section 153, Rule 24 of the Provisional Rules of the House of Representatives, transmitting the subpoena ducis tecum dated April 23, 2026, issued by the Office of the Ombudsman. Committee reports. Committee Report Number 271, submitted by the Committee on Health and on House Bill 9214. Committee Report Numbers 272 up to 293, submitted by the Committee on Local Government on House Bill Numbers 9216, 936, 122, 1049, 982, 1069, 1076, 1278, 1414, 1540, 2053, 6433, 2658, 2224, 1695, 685, 688, 494, 611, 671, 2953, and 2939 respectively.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the guests of Representative John Attorney J.P. Padiernos of Galing sa Puso Party List. They are guests from Halahala, Rizal, Mayor Jerry V. Aniago, Municipal Administrator Jamil Aniago, Tourism Head Marvin S. Calicas, GSO Department Head Attorney Sol Andalio, BPLO Head Kyle Bathan, Mr. Denise Christian Estrella, Mr. Dennis Miniebe, Mr. Jesus Andrew P. Belleza, Mr. Rico Huertas, Ms. Luella Huertas, Ms. Felomena Espiritu Santo, Ms. Marita Escalante, Mr. Melden Valenciano, and Mr. Jim Bautista.
To the guests of the Honorable Attorney G.P. Padiernos of Galing sa Puso Party List, our officials from Halahala, Rizal, headed by Mayor Harry V. Aniago, as well as the other officials and department heads of said municipality, maraming salamat sa inyong pagdalo. Ikinagagalak namin ang inyong pagdating at kayo ay kasama sa inspirasyon ng House of the People. Welcome at maraming salamat. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 8869 as contained in the committee report number 240, submitted by the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
There is a motion to consider House Bill 8869 as contained in Committee Report number 240. An objection? Hearing none, said motion is carried. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of said measure.
House Bill 8869, an act providing for free professional examinations to qualified indigents and members of the indigenous peoples and indigenous cultural communities.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate, and that the chairperson of the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, the Honorable Representative Laarni Roque, be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
There's a motion to open the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation. An objection? Hearing none, said motion is carried. The Honorable Laarni Lavin Roque of the 4th District of Bukidnon is hereby recognized to sponsor said measure.
Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. I rise today to sponsor House Bill number 8869 under Committee Report 240, entitled An Act Providing Free Professional Examinations to Qualified Indigents and Members of the Indigenous Peoples and Indigenous Cultural Communities, in substitution of House Bills number 82220, 453, 1810, 1914, 2488, 2892, 3892, 4067, 4491, 4504, and 5731. This measure recognizes a simple but important reality that many Filipino graduates have the knowledge, the training, and the determination to become professionals, but some are unable to take the next step because they cannot afford the cost of professional licensure and civil service examinations. For many families, especially those struggling to meet daily needs, examination fees can already be a heavy burden. As a result, some aspiring nurses, teachers, engineers, and other professionals are forced to delay or even give up the opportunity to take the exams that would allow them to practice their profession. This bill seeks to remove that barrier by providing free written examination fees for qualified indigent individuals and members of our indigenous peoples and indigenous cultural communities. The government gives deserving graduates a fair chance to prove their competence and pursue their professions they worked hard to prepare for. More importantly, this measure is not only beneficial to aspiring professionals, it is also beneficial to the government and to the nation as a whole. Every new licensed professional strengthens our workforce. More licensed teachers mean better education for our children. More licensed nurses and health professionals strengthen our healthcare system. More engineers, architects, and other professionals contribute to nation building and economic development. In short, by helping deserving individuals obtain their professional licenses, the government is investing in a stronger, more capable public and private sector workforce. This measure also promotes inclusivity and equal opportunity by ensuring that poverty will not prevent a qualified Filipino from becoming a professional. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, talent and potential exist in every corner of our country. What many of our aspiring professionals need is simply the opportunity to take the exam that will allow them to serve our nation through their chosen profession. By passing this measure, we open the door to many deserving Filipinos. In addition, Madam Speaker and my dear colleagues, this measure was already deliberated upon and transmitted to the Senate during the last Congress. For these reasons, I respectfully seek once again the support of this august chamber for the passage of this important measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
An objection? Hearing none, said motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
An objection? Hearing none, the period of committee and individual amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number 8869.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill 8869. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those who are not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8869 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 887
Session resumed. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 8876.
House Bill 8876, an act providing for a 5-year validity period of the professional identification cards of all professionals under the Professional Regulation Commission.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate, and that the chairperson of the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, the Honorable Representative Laarni Lavin Roque, be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
Any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby opened, and for this
Committee Report number 241, entitled An Act Providing for a 5-Year Validity Period of the Professional Identification Cards issued by the Professional Regulation Commission. In substitution of House Bills numbers 980, 1747, 1823, 2030, 3183, 3378, 3428, 4320, and 5597. At present, professionals in the Philippines are required to renew their professional identification cards every 3 years. While this system has long been in place, it has also resulted in frequent renewals, additional expenses, and repetitive administrative processes for millions of Filipino professionals nationwide. This measure seeks to introduce a practical and responsive reform by extending the validity period of professional identification cards from 3 years to 5 years. The rationale behind this proposal is straightforward. Our professionals, teachers, nurses, engineers, accountants, architects, physicians, and many others play a vital role in nation building and in the continued growth of our economy and institutions. Yet, many of them are compelled to periodically take time away from work and professional responsibilities simply to comply with renewal requirements. By extending the validity of these identification cards, we lessen unnecessary administrative burden while maintaining the regulatory functions and standards of the professions. This reform is likewise consistent with the government's continuing efforts to improve the public service delivery and simplify government processes. Similar reforms have already been adopted in our government-issued identification systems. Driver's licenses, for example, may now be valid for up to 10 years for qualified drivers, while Philippine passports are now valid for 10 years. These measures were implemented to reduce inconvenience, ease processing burdens, and provide more efficient government services to the public. In the same spirit, this bill recognizes the realities faced by Filipino professionals, especially those assigned in far-flung areas, those working outside their home provinces, and even those employed overseas. For our professionals, the benefits are clear: fewer renewal transactions, reduced expenses, and greater convenience. For the government, this measure will likewise enhance administrative efficiency. With fewer renewal applications to process, the Professional Regulation Commission can better focus its resources on strengthening regulatory oversight, improving professional standards, and enhancing delivery service. Moreover, this measure will not result in financial loss to the government. The collection of renewal fees remains in place, while the reduction in repetitive processing and administrative workload may even result in greater with all legal and regulatory requirements imposed by the PRC, including continuing professional development requirements and other professional obligations mandated by law. Madam Speaker and distinguished colleagues, this measure is a practical, reasonable, and timely reform that aligns with the government's broader efforts to simplify processes, improve efficiency, and provide more responsive public service to the Filipino people. It is worth noting that the said measure was thoroughly deliberated upon, approved by the House of Representatives, and transmitted to the Senate during the last Congress. However, due to the adjournment of the session, the proposed legislation was not enacted into law. For these reasons, I respectfully seek the support of this august chamber for the approval of this measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker and esteemed colleagues. Good afternoon.
Majority Leader. House Bill 8876.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, said motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number 8876.
There is a motion to vote on second reading House Bill 8876 as contained in Committee Report number 241. All those in favor say aye. All those who are not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8876 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge guests from the 8th District of Cavite. They are the candidates of the first ever Mr. and Miss 8th District of Cavite pageant. They are Mr. Gian Lova, Miss Mary Rose Gurial, Mr. Miko Escalante, Miss Jamila Capuno, Mr. John Gionco, Miss Aizel Blanco, Mr. Jerome Noqueda, Miss Keith Gonzalez, Mr. Ashley Bautista, Miss Mila Sinogba, Mr. Leandro Real, Miss Liana Fami, Mr. Kian Velasco, Jinvel Hernando, Mr. Tyrone Alcedo, Miss Resli Varias, and two of our local officials from the municipality of Ternate, Councilor Rioji Cachuela, and from the municipality of Magallanes, Councilor John Carlo Maldonado.
To the candidates of the first Mr. and Miss 8th District of Cavite, as well as the local officials, the Honorable Cachuela from Ternate, and the Honorable Giancarlo from Maldonado, the Honorable Giancarlo Maldonado from Magallanes, at sa ating mga magaganda at matipunong kandidato for Mr. and Miss 8th District, the guests of one of the most good-looking, brilliant, and hardworking members of Congress. Kasing hitsura nyo, the Honorable Aniela Bianca D. Tolentino, our Deputy Majority Leader. Welcome to the House of the People. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagdalo. At patuloy nyo kaming ini-inspire. Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the guests of Deputy Speaker Jefferson Conghon of the 1st District of Zambales. They are Victor Mayor, Market Master, Jesse Salonga, President, Ronnie Giang, Vice President, Melinda Eusebio, Secretary, Antonina Bellote, Treasurer, Angelito Changtenco, Auditor, Marcelo Vicencio, Business Manager, Nestor Co, Business Manager, Jefferson Sapungan, Robert Dimaano, Diona de la Cruz, Aaron Peña, Rodolfo de Leon, Brian Simon, Catrice Osares, Karen Umipig, Fernando Domingo, Rowena Salonga, Marilyn Giang, Eugene Bellote, Lolita Changtenco, Thelma Vicencio, Cynthia Co, Angelina Sapungan, Christine Dimaano, Santiago de la Cruz, Shirley De Leon, Jenaline Simon, Laika Ramos, and Maricel Domingo. They are the officials and members of the Subic Market Vendors Association.
Sa aking mga masisipag na bisita mula sa Subic Market Vendors Association, welcome po sa house ng ating mga kababayan. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move to resume consideration of House Bill number 8389 as contained in Committee Report number 143, submitted by the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 8389.
House Bill 8389, an act prohibiting political dynasties in national and local elective offices.
The parliamentary status of this measure is that we are in the period of interpellation. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, the Honorable Zia Alonto Adjong, be recognized to sponsor
The
the
Honorable Zia Alonto Adjong of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur, Chairman of the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, is hereby recognized to sponsor House Bill 8389. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move to recognize the gentleman from the Lone District of Navota City, the Honorable Tobias Toby M. Chanco, to interpellate the sponsor.
The Honorable Toby Chanco from the great city of Navotas is hereby recognized to interpellate.
Madam Speaker, the sponsor informed me that he has a manifestation before he adheres to my question, so I will have him have the floor.
If I may be allowed, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, this is a continuation of the status of the bill. May I be, again, read
Please proceed.
just a brief sponsorship speech. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Congressman Chanco. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, in continuation of our fruitful discussions on the matter, let me present the core principles that underpin the committee's version of the measure. The Constitution commands under Article 2, Section 26 that, and I quote, "The state shall guarantee equal access to opportunities for public service and prohibit political dynasties as may be defined by law," unquote. The Supreme Court has repeatedly instructed us that the Constitution must be interpreted as a whole. It stated in Francisco Jr. versus House of Representatives that, and I quote, "The Constitution is to be interpreted as a whole," unquote. And furthermore, in Civil Liberties Union versus Executive Secretary, that, quote, no one provision is to be separated from all others," unquote. Each part must be read in harmony with the entire constitutional design. Thus, Madam Speaker, Your Honors, in defining and prohibiting political dynasties, Congress must also be guided by Article 2, Section 1, that the Philippines is a democratic and republican state. Sovereignty resides in the people and all government authority emanates from them. Madam Speaker, this is bolstered by the entirety of Article 5 on suffrage, including the qualifications, disqualifications, or absence thereof, and conduct of elections. Public office draws legitimacy from the people. Government authority emanates from the sovereign will of the electorate. The right to vote is a preferential right. The Supreme Court elucidated in Hieronimo versus Ramos that the right of suffrage is a threshold for the preservation and enjoyment of all other rights, that it ought to be considered as one of the most sacred parts of the Constitution. Within this constitutional framework, Madam Speaker, Your Honors, any law that touches the electoral process must be crafted with precision, restraint, and fidelity to constitutional rights. We must prohibit political dynasties as the Constitution commands, but we must do so without unduly impairing the right of the people to choose and the right of qualified citizens to offer themselves for public service. To bolster the fact that Constitution also states in Article 2, Section 2, that, and I quote, The Philippines renounces war as an instrument of national policy, adopts the generally accepted principles of international law as part of the law of the land, unquote. And pursuant to said principles, the Philippines voted in favor of the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights and signed both the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights as well as the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. The United Nations Universal Declaration on Human Rights provides under Article 21, and I quote, "The will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of government. This will be expressed in periodic and genuine elections, which shall be by universal and equal suffrage and shall be held by secret vote or by equivalent free voting procedures." Unquote. The International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, on the other hand, Madam Speaker, Your Honors, provides under Article 25 that, and I quote, "Every citizen shall have the right and the opportunity without unreasonable restrictions, paragraph B of the said article, to vote and to be elected at genuine periodic elections, which shall be by universal and equal suffrage and shall be held by secret ballot, guaranteeing the free expression of the will of the electorate," unquote. While the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination provides under Article 5 that, again, paragraph C, quote, "Political rights, in particular the right to participate in election, to vote and to stand for election on the basis of universal and equal suffrage, to take part in the government as well as in the conduct of public affairs at any level, and to have equal access to public service," unquote. Madam Speaker, Your Honors, from these international commitments, which form the law of the land, two principles emerge. First, the right to be voted upon is inseparable from the broader right of suffrage. The democratic process protects not only the voter, but also the qualified citizen who seeks a mandate from the people. Second, the will of the people remains the basis of government authority. Any restriction on candidacy must therefore be reasonable, carefully drawn, and consistent with both the Constitution's command to prohibit political dynasties and its equally solemn commitment to democratic choice. These principles shape the committee's version of the House Bill number 8389. The bill proceeds from a constitutional duty to open public service to more Filipinos, to prevent the concentration of political power, and to strengthen the integrity of our democratic institutions. Madam Speaker, Your Honors, House Bill 8389 is the committee's effort to finally give effect to Article 2, Section 26, while respecting the democratic and republican nature of our state, the sanctity of our suffrage, and the primacy of the people's will. Finally, Madam Speaker, Your Honors, we do not claim that it will, by itself, cure every weaknesses in our political system, but it is a necessary step toward a more open democracy, a more competitive electoral system, and public service that belongs to the Filipino people. Marami pong salamat, Madam Speaker, Your Honors, and I now welcome interpellation from the floor.
Madam Speaker, can I proceed?
Yeah, the Honorable Toby Chanco will proceed with his interpellation.
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, dear Chairman of the Committee on Electoral Reform and Suffrage, the Honorable Zia Alonto Agliong, and dear colleagues. Before I proceed, I would like to put on record that number one, first generation po ako na politician sa aming pamilya. Pero nung una, ako lang ang nagsimula, ngayon dalawa na kami. So kung ano man ang magiging version ng anti-political dynasty, ay susunod kami. At nakikita namin na napapanahon na talagang maipasa itong anti-political dynasty bill. No? Alam kong pinaghirapan to ng ating chairman, kaya't ang aking mga mungkahi ay mga mungkahi upang sana mas mapaganda itong batas na ito at makita ng ating mga kababayan na talagang sincero tayo doon sa pinapasa nating anti-political dynasty at hindi yung nagpapasa tayo ng anti-political dynasty na matatawag lang na anti-political dynasty pero hindi naman nila makikitang talagang nabawasan yung political dynasties. So doon po mapupunta ang aking line of interpellation. So, number one po, doon sa Section 5, Paragraph D, letter D, spouses or relatives within the second degree simultaneously holding any elective office within the same city or municipal government. So, Madam Speaker, ang intindi ko po dito, sa isang munisipyo o sa isang syudad, hindi pa pwede ang mag-ama, hindi pa pwede ang magkapatid. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Ngunit kapag sa isang probinsya ay yung magkapatid ay tatakbo sa ibang munisipyo, ay pwede na po.
Kasi po dahil sa version po natin, inaalaw po natin yun.
So, Madam Speaker, dear colleague, yun po yung aking punto. Baka naman pwedeng sa isang probinsya, hindi na pwede ang magkakapatid na mayor. Sana po ay pwede na lang na doon sa probinsya na yon, isa lang ang magiging mayor. Kasi ang hirap po na sasabihin natin na anti-political dynasty ito, tapos makikita natin tatlong magkakapatid na mayor, mayor sa isang probinsya. Di ba po? Kahit ano pong sabihin nating definition ng anti-political dynasty, ay nagkaroon po ng tatlong magkakapatid o ilan mang magkakapatid na mayor. So yun lang po yung akin. No? So, kasi pag gumawa tayo ng provision, Madam Speaker, dear colleague, dapat alam po natin kung ano yung limitasyon. Ang problema po dito sa Section D ay tila may limitasyon, ngunit hindi natin alam kung ilan ba talaga. Hindi natin pwedeng masabi na isa lang. Kasi pwedeng maging dalawa, pwedeng maging tatlo. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Madam, tama po, na inirespeto po natin yung panawagan at yung posisyon ng ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan dito sa Kongreso. Pero ang tinitingnan po kasi natin kung paano po structure itong ating gobyerno. Unang-una, kanina po sa aking opening brief sponsorship speech, kailangan po natin talagang balansahin kung ano yung karapatan ng tumatakbo, yung makilahok sa electoral process at yung concentration ng power. Yun po yung binabalanse po natin. Ngayon, ang ating pong jurisdiction per municipality po ay magkakaiba po ng constituency. Yung pong sinasabi po natin na yung tatakbo ng isang political position ay hindi po nangangahulugan na mananalo ito. Kaya gusto po natin i-highlight dito yung actual po na pag-upo ng mga na-elect at yung tumatakbo ay hindi po magkaiba po yan. May karapatan po ayon sa saligang batas, ayon po sa lahat ng mga treaties, international covenants na pinirmahan po ng ating gobyerno at sinasabi naman po sa ating saligang batas ng lahat ng mga international laws na dapat maging parte sa ating law of the land. Nandun po sa declaration ng state policy yan. Kasi ang karapatan pong bumoto at makilahok sa isang electoral exercise, yun po yung pinaka-definasyon kung bakit Republican democracy po tayo. So, ang nais po nating ipaabot ay yung different jurisdiction po na naaayon naman po sa local government po natin ay magkaiba po sila, pareho silang magkapatid, pero magkaiba po yung jurisdiction nila, magkaiba po yung bumipili sa kanila. Wala po siyang internal intervention, na direct intervention ang isang munisipyo doon sa isang munisipyo rin na halimbawa lang ay magkapatid. So yung internal, say natin po na, internal utilization ng kanilang resources ay wala pong kinalaman yung isang munisipyo over the other municipality. Provided halimbawa na sila ay nanalo at binoto ng kanilang specific constituency. So yun lang po ang gusto nating may paabot sa ating mga kasamahan na yung pag-upo ng actual occupancy ay hindi yung nangangahulugan na automatic po yun na mananalo. Magkaiba po yun. So ang hindi ho natin po pwedeng i-curtail ay yung sinasabi po dito sa ating saligang batas at yung mga other international laws na huwag magkaroon ng curtailment nung karapatan ng taong bumoto at yung karapatan ng tao na tumakbo o makilahok sa electoral. Ang kinaiwasan po natin dito, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, ay yung konsentrasyon ng kapangyarihan. That's why ang pag-design po ng ating version ay naayon din po sa pag-design ng local government code wherein The government is structured based on specific constituency and LGUs, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker, dear colleague. Naintindihan ko po yon na dapat po natin pagbalansehin ang right to vote, right to be voted upon, pero dapat po natin itong ibalanse doon sa equal opportunity clause na makapaglingkod, di ba? At yan naman ang layunin ng political anti-dynasty bill, no? Ang problema ko lang po dito is, though iba po yung botante doon sa katabing munisipyo, it will be a way to circumvent the limitations that we are putting. Magbigay ho tayo ng isang halimbawa. Kung sa ngayon, ang magkapatid ay mayor at vice mayor, at dahil sa ilalim ng batas natin, hindi na sila pwedeng maging magkapatid. Ang mangyayari po doon ay posible na yung kapatid na hindi na pwedeng tumakbo ng vice mayor ay lilipat po ng munisipyo at doon naman siya tatakbo. So na-circumvent po yung limitasyon na inilalagay natin sa ilalim ng batas. Yun lang po yung akin, di ba? Dahil alam naman po natin, 1-year residency lang, di ba? So kung siya ngayon ang vice mayor at makikita niya sa susunod na eleksyon, Madam Speaker, hindi na siya pwedeng tumakbo, ang gagawin lang po niya ay lilipat lang po siya ng munisipyo. Siyempre po, pag tayo po ay gumawa ng batas, alam naman natin na maraming nag-iisip kung paanong lulusutan o isi-circumvent yung batas, Madam Speaker. So ang iniisip ko lang is kung paano natin lagyan ng safeguard na hindi ma-circumvent yung ating batas.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, sa kasalukuyan pong struktura ng ating gobyerno at pulisiya, sinasabi po natin ito madalas na hindi po one-pill solution ang anti-political dynasty. Ang mga na-mention po kanina ng ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan ay mga symptom ng other policies na kinakailangan po natin i-review. Ang nakikita ko lang po, kasi we're talking about ito yung right to vote and to be voted upon. Pero yung mga sinasabi po ng ating kasamahan, halimbawa lang, na minsan yung nagtatransfer ng politika o nagtatransfer ng residency, I think kailangan din ho natin ma-review yung strengthening political party system. Dahil unang-una ang nagbibigay naman po ng nomination para tumakbo sa ibang lugar ay hindi po yung pamilya ang nagbibigay po ng karapatan na tumakbo sa isang specific na position, elective position, ay yung partido kung kailan saan po nabibilang yung isang kandidato. So, pwede po natin tingnan yung campaign finance system kasi marami din po nagsasabi na nagbibigay ito ng disadvantage doon sa mga eligible na tumakbo pero wala silang kapos sila sa resources. These are the anti-political dynasty, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, ay hindi po solusyon sa lahat po ng problema. We need to pair it with strengthening political party system. We also need to partner this with other mechanisms such as competitive elections, campaign finance reforms, transparency in government, and many others. Kaya nga po, tama po yung sinabi ni Congressman Toby Chanco, pero yung residency po, pwede po nating lagay doon. Kasi isa po yan sa mga requirement. Kung nanais natin na magkaroon talaga ng whole commitment ang isang kandidato na doon lang magserbisyo sa isang LGU at hindi nang lumapit doon, but that's no longer the issue probably of anti-political dynasty kasi may right naman po sila na mag-transfer sa isang domain. Nasasaligang batas may under the Bill of Rights. May karapatan naman po ang isang individual na Pilipino kung saan po siya titira, saan po siya lilipat. So kailangan po natin itong balansehin. Now kung gagawin po natin yon isa sa magiging sanction o restriction dito sa anti-political dynasty, sa palagay ko po ay may ongoing requirement po ng residency. Pero kailangan din po ito natin i-pair with other existing laws na po pwede po natin ma-review. Ako, nakikita ko po, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, kailangan ho natin talagang masolusyonan at mas-strengthen yung political system po natin dito wherein ang pumipili ay hindi yung pamilya pero yung partido. Magkaroon ng convention at kung po pwede, hindi na nga gumastos yung kandidato ang gagastos na ang partido para sila po yung may karapatan talaga na mamili kung sino dapat na may lahok doon sa mga gusto nilang pasukan ng mga elective positions, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, maraming salamat po. Sa ating dear sponsor, meron po tayong datos kung dito sa letter D, section 5, pag ginawa po natin itong spouses or relatives within the second degree simultaneously holding elective office within the same city or municipality, ilan po ang maapektuhan nito?
Meron po tayo ditong datos, Madam Speaker, Your Honor. Dito po sa panukalang batas po na ito, out of the 9,852 na elective offices po ng mga mayor, 2,274 seats in local governments na mayor, mayroon pong mababakante na 1,493. Ibig sabihin po, 61% po doon sa ngayon na actual occupancy na magkakapamilya within the second degree of consanguinity, ibig sabihin may mayor, may konsehal, or vice mayor, may konsehal. So may ma-open up po na 61% na ibig sabihin po, hindi na po sila maaaring tumakbo sa magkasunod na eleksyon. So kaya po natin sinasabi ito, kung mamarapatin po ng aking kasamahan to explain further, kaya po sinasabi po natin ito, malaki po yung epekto nitong anti-political dynasty po natin, yung second degree, dahil magkakaroon na po not only the congestion of political power sa isang LGU, pero ma-open up po yung mga other elective positions na po pwede pong patakbuhan ng ibang pamilya o ibang kandidato sa kanilang mga lugar. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, ang ibig sabihin po nito, liliwanagin ko po, 2,000 plus po ang presently occupied ng political dynasty at pag naipasa po ito, 1,000 plus po or 60% of that, hindi na sila pwedeng manalo o hindi na sila pwedeng lumahok doon dahil disqualified na po sila.
Opo, tama po. Hindi na po sila maaari. Hindi na po sila maaaring tumakbo dahil nilalayon po ng itong panukalang batas na ito ay hindi ho magkaroon ng konsentrasyon doon sa particular na LGU. Yun po yung ating ninanais na maipasa dito sa kongresong ito, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes. Sumunod naman po, dito naman po sa letter C, sa provincial government, meron pa po tayong datos kung ilan po ang maapektuhan.
Meron po tayong datos diyan. Ang alam ko po isa sa mayroon pong 185 sa ngayon po sa buong bansa, 185 provincial seats, but out of the tama ba yun? 185 po ang mababakante na posisyon po sa probinsya. Governor, vice governor at mga bukal po ng probinsya ang mababakante na posisyon pag ito po ang ating bersyon ay maipasa po dito sa Kokamara, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, 185 out of ilan po? Ilan po yung occupied ngayon?
Ngayon, ang data po natin kasi, Madam Speaker, ay yung mga LGUs of provincial government na meron pong magkapatid, mag-asawa, either governor sa bukal. So, out of ito pong 274 na seats po sa buong bansa na mga either governor, vice governor, or mga bukal po, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Ang sumunod po, doon po sa letter A, spouses or relatives within the second degree simultaneously holding any national elective position. Ang intindi ko po dito, hanggang sa magkapatid, magtatay, magkapatid, hindi po pwede sa presidente, vice president, at senador. Tama po ba?
Tama po yun, Madam Speaker, dahil ayon po sa definasyon natin sa batas ay ito pong mga posisyon na mention po ng ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan ay part po siya sa mga national elective position po.
Okay, ilan po ang tama po ba kung bibilangin ko, 4 po ang maapektuhan pag ito po ay naipasa natin?
Saan po maapektuhan yung 4, Madam Speaker?
Dito po,
Your Honor?
sa Section A.
Sa Section A. Kung ang ating pong kasamahan ay nire-refer po niya itong 4 na ito doon sa particular na institusyon. Kung sa Senado ay kung ito po ay maapektuhan, may sa batas po ito, ay mukhang ganun po yung mangyayari. Dahil sa ngayon po, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, alam po natin na meron pong sakop doon sa second degree na pinopropose po natin of consanguinity and affinity ang kasalukuyang nanunungkulan po sa Senado po na pare-pareho pong apelido. So, ang tanong po ng ating kagalang-galang ay kung ito po ay ma-implement, meron pong mag-change po talaga yung landscape po dahil national elective position po sila at hindi po maaari ayon sa ating panukalang batas na sabay-sabay na manungkulan o tumakbo ang mga individual o kandidato na magkakapatid, mag-asawa, maglolo at maglola at magkaanak.
Yes, maraming salamat po. So, dito po, ang problema ko po dito ay dito po sa Section 5B, no? Spouses of relatives within the second degree simultaneously running as member of the House of Representatives within the same legislative district. Isa lang po kasi ang mananalo sa isang distrito.
Tama,
So,
tama
hindi
po yun.
naman magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na ito po ay ma-occupy ng magkapatid o magtatay dahil isa lang po ang mananalo sa kanila. So baka hindi po ito ang tamang description dito sa paragraph na ito.
But tama po yung obserbasyon ng aking kagalang-galang na kasamahan, Congressman Chanco, na tama po, per district, iisa lang naman po ang nananalo dyan. Kaya nga po tayo ay sinasabi po natin, meron pong pagkakataon, halimbawa, ang ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan, Congressman Chanco, na nais niyang ma-improve pa yung language ng ating batas dahil talaga naman totoo na isa lang naman talaga yung mananalo, ay pwede po natin ito ikonsidera sa tamang panahon po kung nais po niyang mag-propose ng amendment para mas ma-improve po yung language nitong current na batas po natin. Panukalang batas po natin, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, ang isa pa po, bukod doon sa language lang, is yung intent po. Kasi po, pag dito po ang ginawa natin, kahit sabihin natin isa lang bawat isang distrito, pareho pa rin po, no? Ang problema ko po dito ay sa lahat po ng binanggit natin, sa letter A, 4 po ang matatanggal. Sa letter C, 185 po sa provincial positions. Sa letter D, 1,000 po sa municipal or city positions. Pero ang problema ko po dito, to our dear colleague, is sana maintindihan po ng ating mga kasamahan na ang problema dito ay magpapasa tayo ng batas na kung saan yung ibang mga posisyon ay maapektuhan. Ngunit yung mismong dito sa House of Representatives, wala pong mababawas. So tayo po ay hindi pwede magpasa ng batas na tayo po ay makikinabang. Ngayon po, kung lahat po ng posisyon ay mababawasan, at yung membro ng House of Representatives na magkapatid or magtatay o mag-asawa within the second degree of consanguinity ay pwede pa rin tumakbo sa ibang posisyon o pwedeng isa party list, isa district. Ibig sabihin wala pong mababawas dito sa House of Representatives. So parang ang lalabas nun ay nakinabang po tayo doon sa batas na pinasa natin dahil wala pong nabawas dito. At ganun din po ang mangyayari. Maaring lumipat ng distrito, maaring yung isa party list, yung isa district congressman. So sana po naman ma-consider na within the second degree of consanguinity, isa lang talaga sa isang pamilya. Dahil isa po tayong legislative body. Though iba po, naintindihan ko po, na iba-iba po ang electorate natin. So ang dapat po, base po doon sa paliwanag ng ating kasamahan, ay dapat po balansehin yung right to vote, right to be voted upon, tsaka yung political body. Naintindihan ko po yun. Walang problema po. Ang problema lang po ko dito ay, Madam Speaker, dear colleague, na alam naman natin lahat na ang pinakamahalagang batas na ipinapasa natin taon-taon dito sa bulwagang ito ay yung budget. So, baka naman po pwede na within the second degree of consanguinity, isa lang ang miyembro ng House of Representatives. Kasi pag hindi po natin ito nilimitahan, pwedeng maging 3, 4, 5, wala pong limit. Hindi po natin alam kung ilan ang limitasyon. So yun lang po sana ito ang pinaka matinding tingin ko dapat natin gawin. Para pakita sa tao na hindi natin pinoteksyonan yung sarili po natin sa pagpasa ng batas na ito. Dahil kahit papaano po natin ipaliwanag, pag nakita na lahat ng posisyon ay nabawasan, pero yung sa House of Representatives po ay hindi nabawasan, ang lalabas po dito hindi po naapektuhan yung House of Representatives sa anti-political dynasty law na ipinasa natin, pero lahat ng ibang posisyon ay naapektuhan. Sana po maintindihan po yun Madam Speaker, dear colleague.
Unang-una po, inirerespeto po natin at naiintindihan po natin ang ating kasamahan, kagalang-galang na kasamahan. Pero babalikan ko na lang po, kasi na-mention na nga po niya kanina, na talagang binabalanse po natin dito sa panukalang batas na ito kung ano po yung karapatan ng taong tumakbo at yung karapatan ng taong pakilahok sa isang posisyon, elective position, at yung karapatan ng electorate na mamili sila ng kanilang pipiliin. Doon sa party list system po, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, meron pong panukalang batas diyan. Isa po yan sa magiging paksa nung magiging committee hearing po natin. Kung tayo po ay kung pag-uumpisan po natin ang ating committee hearing. Ngayon po doon po naman sa mga separate legislative district, alam po ng ating kasamahan dito dahil mas matagal na po siya dito sa kaysa sa humble representation na ito, magkakapareho nga po yung ating electorate per district at magkakaiba yung ating legislative district at magkakaiba po talaga yung nuances at yung particular po na pangangailangan ng bawat distrito. Kaya nga po ang sa atin lang ay gusto natin talagang i-emphasize na yung pagboboto po at yung pag-concentration of power ay dapat yung ating pinupuksa is yung concentration of power. Alam naman po natin, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, na sa mga nakaraang mga kongreso, may makikita po kayo dyan na magkakapatid pero hindi po magkakasundo ng posisyon nila pagdating po sa botohan. Pangalawa po, sa district naman po na pinag-uusapan natin, ang trabaho naman po ng lehislatura ay mapanukalang batas. Wala naman po tayong directly na meron po tayong power o kapangyarihan na makihalo doon po sa mga LGU concerns. So ang sa akin po, Mr. Speaker and Your Honor, ang representante ng bawat distrito una ay hindi po dahil magkapatid sila ay magkapareho na po ng kanilang posisyon sa buhay, ang appreciation po nila sa kanilang mga pinapanukalang batas. Yun lang po ang gusto kong maipahiwatig sa ating kasamahan dito na wala po talagang concentration of power dyan kung titingnan mo. Yan po ang trabaho naman po ng lehislatura ay magbalangkas at mag-submit ng bills. In most cases, Madam Speaker, as we have experienced in the past, may mga magkakapatid po na magkakaiba naman po din ang boto at magkakaiba yung konsentrasyon at yung concern ng kanilang distrito, Madam Speaker, Your Honor. Na naayon naman po doon sa kapangyarihan ng electorate na mamili sila ng kanilang sarili nilang mga representante per district, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, Madam Speaker, Your Honor. Naniniwala po ako doon. At tulad ng sinabi ko, ang aking concern lang po is nabawasan po lahat ng ibang political subdivisions. No? Nabawasan po, may maapektuhan po doon sa Senate. May maapektuhan po doon sa provincial government. May maapektuhan po sa city at municipality. Parang hindi lang po maganda sa panlasa na tayo mismong gumawa ng batas, walang naapektuhan po sa atin. Yun po ang aking pananaw. So, may panahon pa naman po tayo hanggang doon sa period of amendments. Sana po ang ating dear sponsor ay bukas na mag-isip pa ng ibang mga pwede nating gawin para pakita na dito sa bulwagang ito, may maapektuhan. Hindi naman po tayo pwedeng lalabas na exempted doon sa ginawa nating batas, tapos yung iba, hindi po exempted. Yun po ang aking pinanggagalingan.
Tama po. Ako naman po, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, bilang isang, though I am the chairman of the Committee on Electoral Reform, tayo naman po ay nakikinig sa mga suhestyon ng mga miyembro ng Kamara, lalong-lalo na po kung ang pag-uusapan po natin improvement itong batas na po natin ito. So ang gusto ko lang pong ipahiwatig, Madam Speaker, at sana maintindihan po ng ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan, ang magkaiba po ang Senado at saka ang Kongreso. Ang Kongreso po ay ang participation po at yung membership ng Kongreso ay per district. Ang sa Senado po ay isang institution po sila without necessarily representing a particular concern or particular district. Isa lang po ang kanilang constituents and that is the national-based constituency. Ang sa atin po, ang kaibahan po ay tayo per district at binoboto po tayo per district. Hindi naman po binoboto, halimbawa, sa lone district ng Nabotas, kung magkakaroon po ng second district ng Nabotas, ay hindi naman po iboboto ng mga taga-second district Nabotas ang ating kagalang-galang kung siya po ay tatakbo ng first district. Yun po ang gusto kong ipa-emphasize dito, yung striking difference between the national and Senate and the House of Representative membership, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, wala po. Hindi po ako nakikipagtalo doon sa constituency at sa botante, naintindihan ko po yun. Ulitin ko lang po, yung mga batas na pinapasa natin, hindi po pwedeng tayo nakikinabang. Kung lahat po ay, lahat ng ibang posisyon ay nabawasan at tayo ay hindi nabawasan, then hindi natin maitatanggi na iisipin ng tao na in-exempt natin yung sarili natin. Yun po ang aking pinanggagalingan, dear sponsor.
Naintindihan ko po yung posisyon ng ating kagalang-galang na nakasamahan, Congressman Tony Tiangco, at marahil ay may proposal po siya sa opportune time po.
Yes, sa darating na panahon po.
Maraming salamat po.
Okay. Ito na lang po, huli na lang po, dear sponsor do. Alam niyo po, madami naging version po dito ng anti-political dynasty bill. Yung sa Makabayan Block, tila ang intindi ko, isa lang po, no? Sa buong Pilipinas. Yung kay Congressman Egay Erice, ang intindi ko po ay dalawa, no? Ngunit ang ginawa pong version ay ito po, no? Ang problema lang po dito sa kanila po, maliwanag po na kung ilan. Pag tinanong, ilan ba ang limitasyon ng anti-political dynasty bill? Mas madaling sabihin, isa. Yung kay Congressman Egay, madaling sabihin, dalawa. Ito po, pag pinasa natin ito at tinanong, ano ba ang limitasyon, hindi po natin masagot, hindi po natin masabing 4. Kasi pwedeng maging 4, pwedeng maging 5, pwedeng maging 6, pwedeng maging 7. Hindi ba po? So pag tayo po ay naglimita, dapat po alam natin kung ano yung hard limit. Di ba? So ito pong mga tanong ko ay dugtong-dugtong po. At hindi naman po kailangan sagutin ng ating dear sponsor to ngayon. Sana lang po maintindihan ng ating dear sponsor yung aking pinanggagalingan doon sa aking mga ipinapaliwanag na dapat may alam natin kung ilan. Kasi mahirap magsabi ng gumawa tayo ng anti-political dynasty bill, hindi po natin masagot kung ilan yung limitasyon kasi pwedeng doon sa letter D, 2. Doon sa munisipyo, pwedeng 2 magkatabing munisipyo, pwedeng 3. Yun po ang aking pinanggagalingan na mas maganda po kung well-defined kung ano ba talaga yung limitasyon. Dahil po doon sa mga final na iba, maliwanag na isa lang ang pwede. Maliwanag na 2 lang pwede. Ngayon, kung tayo magpapasa at naniniwala ako at ako'y sumusuporta doon sa totoong anti-political dynasty bill. So doon sa mga sinabi ko po, dapat po, may panahon pa naman, na pag-aralan po natin kung paano natin mapapaganda itong anti-political dynasty bill para mas maging mahigpit po at masagot natin ang 2 bagay. Number 1, masagot natin ano ba talaga ang limitasyon. Number 2, mapatunayan natin na kahit po dito sa Kongreso ay maapektuhan at mababawasan. Hindi po ulit pwede na parang tila exempted po tayo doon sa gagawin nating batas. Yun lang po, Madam Speaker, dear sponsor.
Madam Speaker, kung mabarapatin po ng ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan, hindi po ako sang-ayon sa sinasabi po or ang obserbasyon ng ating, with all due respect, na wala pong limitasyon. In fact, meron po tayong na-provide na legal definition doon sa anti-political dynasty. Ito nga po yung second degree of consanguinity and affinity. Kaya nga lang po, sabi ko nga, kailangan po talaga natin mabalanse kasi ang struktura po ng ating gobyerno, kung paano po siya ito na-design, ay per constituency po. At pag constituency, talagang meron pong electorate sila. Kailangan balansehin po natin yung karapatan na bumoto at yung concentration ng powers. Kasi hindi po ito gawa ng ating komite, hindi rin po ito panukala ng sponsor na ito. Ito po ay base doon po sa na-mention ko po kanina ng mga constitutional guaranteed rights sa Constitution at yung mga iba pa pong mga international treaties na kinukonsidera po ng ating gobyerno as part of the law of the land. Ibig sabihin po, meron po dapat po magkaroon ng batas na arbitrary ang labas or non-practical ang labas. Dahil unang-una, kailangan po talaga natin maintindihan na yung very nature po ng ating gobyerno talaga ay Republican state, representative state. So may kapangyarihan po talagang electorate. Ngayon, bigyan ko lang po ng emphasis again kasi pasensya na po kung paulit-ulit ko pong sinasabi ito, pero ito po talaga yung pinakakonsentrasyon ng ating argumento. Una, magkaiba po yung occupancy at saka yung karapatan na tumakbo. Kasi hindi naman po lahat tatakbo yan ay mananalo po yan. Meron pong mga experience tayo in the past na marami po naman talagang nagkakatumatakbo na magkakapare-parehong ang apelido pero hindi po talaga sila nananalo lahat. In fact, may tumatakbo na hindi po sila magkakasulungat po ang kanilang posisyon sa buhay. Hindi po masabi na dahil magkapatid ay magkapareho na ang kanilang isip. So yun lang po ang gusto kong ipahiwatig sa ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan na meron pong restriction at na-define po natin dito po sa batas na ito para magkaroon po ng decongestion ng political power sa bawat LGU at bawat po jurisdictional government po sa ating bansa. Pero ako po ay nirerespeto ko po ang posisyon ng ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan na Congressman Toby Chanco.
Yes, Madam Speaker, panghuli na po, dear sponsor. Ang sinasabi ko po lang po is hindi natin masagot with definity pag tinanong ilan ba talaga yung limitasyon. Hindi po katulad ng ibang mga batas na sinabing isa lang sa buong pamilya. Yung kay Congressman Erice, 2 lang sa isang pamilya. Ito po, 4 na posisyon, pero hindi po natin masagot kung ilan pagkatapos ng eleksyon, kung ilan yung masasal. Hindi natin masabing definitely 4 na lang per pamilya. Yun po ang ibig kong sabihin. Hindi masagot nitong batas na to na within the second degree of consanguinity, 4 lang sa buong pamilya. Wala pong ganong definasyon. Yun lang po ang ibig kong sabihin.
Okay. Hindi po talaga natin mabigay kasi after the election po yan, Madam Speaker, Your Honor. Yung nga pong gusto kong sabihin, wala man na pong talagang sa bawat eleksyon ay wala na pong kasiguraduhan kung ilan po talaga yung nananalo, Madam Speaker. Ang kasiguraduhan po dito sa batas ay wala na pong possible na open up for a possible manipulation of internal resources ng LGU. Dahil hindi na po pwedeng sabay na manungkulan si Mrs. at si Mr., si Mrs. at yung kanyang anak, si nanay at si tatay. Yun po ang sigurado na wala pong possible manipulation ng internal resources ng ating mga per LGU. Pero as to the number, kaya nga po sinasabi, as to the number po ng kung sino mananalo, wala po talagang kasiguraduhan yan, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, dahil nga po, ang gusto nating i-emphasize ay magkarugtong po yung right to vote and the right to be voted upon. Yun ho ang gusto nating malaman dito. Ang panghuli ko na lang po, no? Dahil wala pong anti-political dynasty na polisiya ang ating national government, ang ating gobyerno, ito po ay malaki pong step forward. And I'm sure the good gentleman from Navotas, Lone District of Navosa, would agree with me that this is in fact a step forward towards achieving and making sure that the constitutional provision of prohibiting the anti-political dynasty is towards that end po. So yun po yung ating ginanais na ma-impart din po sa ating mga kasamahan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I acknowledge that ito po ay napakalaking hakbang, no? Pero since sumakbang na po tayo, lakihan pa po natin para mas maging maganda po yung ating maipapasang anti-political dynasty. Mas limitahan po natin sa tingin ko, yun ay mas magiging maganda para sa atin.
So do I need to respond po?
Hindi, okay na po yun.
Okay, so maraming salamat.
So sa tamang panahon, sa period of amendments, ako po ay magpropose ng amendments sa ating dear sponsor. Yun na po. Madam Speaker, dear sponsor, maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po
Majority
sa ating
Leader.
Congressman Toby Chanco.
Madam Speaker, I would like to
Session suspended.
session suspended.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 8389.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of House Bill 8389 is hereby suspended. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 9157 as contained in Committee Report number 268, submitted by the
Any
committee.
objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 89157.
House Bill 9157, an act establishing a national framework for the development, regulation, and operation of facilities utilizing waste-to-energy and other waste treatment technologies.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate and that the chairperson of the Committee on Energy, the Honorable Congressman from the 2nd District of Palawan, Jose C. Alvarez, be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
There is a motion to open the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. The Honorable Jose Pepito Alvarez of the 2nd District of Palawan, Chairperson of the Committee on Energy, is hereby recognized to sponsor said measure.
Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise to sponsor House Bill number 9157 under Committee Report 268, a measure that addresses two urgent concerns: solid waste management and sustainable energy. Even with strong programs on reduction, reuse, recycling, and composting, every LGU will still produce residual waste. This measure provides responsible ways to manage that remainder without weakening our environmental commitments. House Bill number 9157 sets a national framework allowing only residual waste after practicable diversion efforts to be utilized for waste to energy. Using appropriate technologies, residual waste may be converted into electricity, heat, or fuel, helping diversify our energy mix and improve energy security. This measure recognizes qualified waste-to-energy facilities as renewable energy systems, subject to strict regulation and oversight. On safeguards, the measure is clear. Facilitate using thermal treatment, must install and continuously operate a continuous emission monitoring system with emission data accessible to regulators and the general public. All facilities must comply with the Clean Air Act of 1999 and related environmental laws. Non-compliance means no operation. For LGUs, the measure promotes clustering so neighborhood localities can pool waste volumes, share costs, and establish viable facilities. It also requires feedstock agreements for at least 20 years to ensure continuity and bankable planning. To support implementation, qualified projects may avail of incentives under the CREATE Law and the Renewable Energy Act, with Land Bank and DBP directed to prioritize eligible financing. The measure likewise provides capacity building and grant support to LGUs so that they can evaluate proposals and protect the public interest. These intended benefits of this measure are straightforward. First, cleaner communities and better public health to reduce dumping and less waste in the waterways and drainage. Second, added renewable power from residual waste to help strengthen energy and security. Third, jobs and stronger LGU services through modern facilities and shared systems. This measure complements, not replaces, waste reduction, recycling, and composting. It simply ensures that what remains is managed safely, transparently, and within the law. For this reason, I respectfully ask for your support for the passage of House Bill 9157. Thank you, Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Rene Luis M. Co, Party List Kabataan, for her interpellation.
The Honorable Rene Co is hereby recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon once again to the good gentleman, Kong Alvarez, sponsor of this bill, who I have discussed this measure and measures relating to waste to energy several times now. And Once again, I'd like to reiterate some questions that are standing to the eyes of the people and especially of concern to the Filipinos. Nakita natin sa mga nagdaang buwan, specifically nung December, nung January, naging tampok na usapin yung landfills. No? Nakita natin yung pagguho nito sa Cebu and as well as sa Rizal. Madam Speaker, pwede po ba nating malaman from the good gentleman, the distinguished sponsor, how many landfills po ba ang meron sa buong Pilipinas? How many exist? And are they enough for the operations of WTE?
Hindi masyadong maliwanag yung question mo. Medyo...
Ilan po
Madam
ang
Speaker,
landfills, Madam Speaker,
pwede ba
sa
ulitin?
buong Pilipinas?
Paano yan?
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleague, landfill sa buong Pilipinas, 373 daw.
Opo, tapos enough po ba yun for the operations of waste to energy?
Wala pa.
Not enough.
Wala pa.
Kulang.
Kasi hinintay nga itong batas na ito eh.
Pero ang tanong ko po naman, Madam Speaker, paano po ba natin i-address yung kakulangan ng sanitary landfills? Actually, yun nga po, ang problema, kulang. And in the first place, dahil konti lang, nagiging bundok, nagla-landslide. Marami pong issues dyan. For the record, ibang issue po ito na tinakal natin earlier in the passage of the bill. So yun po, Madam Speaker, how will we address the lack of sanitary landfills in the Philippines?
Noong
Isang aspect din po siya ng problema, di ba po, sa WTE.
Noon na nga, Madam Speaker, hanggang ngayon, nagbubundok na yung ating mga waste. Dahil nga wala, yung segregation mo, recycle at saka reuse, ginagawa na yon lalo-lalo na sa mga barangay. Nakikita doon, may segregation sila. Pero ikita mo yung mga waste ng mga munisipyo, andun pa rin sa landfill pa rin napupunta. Kasi wala nga, unang-una, bago lang na-allow yung susunugin mo yung waste, bago lang yun. Kasi nung araw, yung Clean Air Act, ayaw talaga ni, alam mo na kung sinong author ng Clean Air Act, ayaw talaga niya na mayroong magsunog. Yung sunog ngayon, per Supreme Court, allowed na yon. So ito na lang hinihintay na bill para dumami yung ating waste to energy, para mabawasan yung ating landfill. Nakita mo yung nasunog dyan saan ba yun? Sa Nabutas ba yun? Nabutas, nakita mo yung nasunog dyan? Kung mayroong ganito, hindi ganun kadaming masusunog doon eh.
To clarify, Madam Speaker, under the Clean Air Act, under Solid Waste Management Act, any form of incineration is not allowed. Bawal po. No? Meron lang subsequent Supreme Court ruling which clarified yung parang meets and bounds nito, and yun po yung minimension.
Yeah.
Pero still, this representation at pinanghahawakan natin, no, yung clear-cut black letter law which says incineration is not allowed. And if this law passes, ang effect nito ay may allowed forms of incineration na, which is yung under ng waste to energy framework. Tinatanong ko po, Madam Speaker, kung ilan po ba ang landfills na nandito sa Pilipinas at kung sapat ba yun sa operation sa waste to energy, because sa pag-aaral ng iba't ibang environmental groups and even ng waste to energy industry players, maraming basura ang kailangan pong i-feed sa incinerators, sa waste to energy, sa machines ng waste to energy facilities para makapag-produce ng output. Pero may admission right now, Madam Speaker, na una, konti lang ang landfills sa Pilipinas. Ikalawa, hindi po iyon sapat for the operations of landfills in the Philippines, of waste to energy operations in the Philippines. So, ang next na tanong ko po, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, Section 27, Paragraph 2 stipulates that use of imported municipal solid waste
Bawal.
will be done as WTE facility feedstock for a WTE facility. Prohibited po ba siya? Prohibited siya under this bill. Pwede po bang matanong, paano ba ito mamamonitor at may implement?
Bawal yung mag-import ka ng waste.
Yes
Bawal
po.
yun. Bawal na bawal yun. Hindi papayagan yun. Ang sinasabi mo na bawal mag-incinerate, wala na po yun. Mayroon na Supreme Court decision. Basta importante, mag-incinerate ka. Number one, it does not emit poisonous gases at saka yung emission control mo is within standard. Hindi na po bawal ngayon yun. Kaya ito, inaapura natin ito para magkaroon ng waste to energy mga projects. Now, pag sinabi mo magkukulang pa yung waste to energy fuel, pwede naman yung boiler mo, gamitan mo na hindi lang waste. You can apply na limang klaseng waste or more. Kasi ang daming municipal waste. Ano yun? Yung mga coconut waste. Yung forest waste na talagang patatanggalin mo sa forest para gumanda na yung tubo ng forest mo. Yung agricultural waste. If you have been to Isabela, there is a 20 megawatt waste to energy. Ang gamit nila, biomass, which is IPA. Yun lang. Nung araw, ang IPA, 30 centimos lang ang bili nila per kilo. Ngayon, napakaraming may hanap buhay. 2 pesos and 80 centavos na ang bili na sa 1 kilong IPA para ipid doon sa boiler nila para makakreate ng steam in order to power the turbine. Ayun po. So, itong waste to energy, marami na naghihintay nito, gusto mag-invest, pero pag sinabi mo na cited ito sa locality na kulang ang waste, hindi po. Hindi sila maglalagay doon sa mga areas na kulang ang waste. Na kung kulang talaga at kailangan yung power doon at part lang ng power part lang ng boiler mo yung municipal waste, meron ka namang maraming ibang waste, agricultural waste. Yung harvest ng coconut, ang daming waste noon. So you can apply for multi-feed kung magkulang yung municipal waste, Mr.
Madam Chair, actually yung nami-mention na for example, coconut waste, etc., ang nakikita ko nga pang mas appropriate na solution dyan, yung biocomposting, na actually meron na tayong law and meron na tayong practices kung paano siya i-handle. Ang katotohanan, ang karamihan ng laman ng landfills ng Pilipinas na ngayon ay hirap natin talagang hanapan and syempre gawan ng solusyon ay plastic. And ang stance ng representation na to, as backed by data from environmental groups, burning plastic waste will result in the spewing of carcinogenic materials around communities. But Madam Chair, babalik po ako sa question and I'd like to share an anecdote at ang isang nakita natin na troubling news kamakailan. May report po ang Rappler, February 2026 lang, kung saan na-alert po ang Philippine authorities of alleged illegal US e-waste shipments in Subic. At least 10 times pumasok po ang illegal e-waste imports sa bansa since March 2025. This is according to the US-based non-profit organization Basel Action Network. Kaya po ang tanong ko, noon, and I think hanggang ngayon under this bill, sinasabi natin na prohibited ang use of imported municipal solid waste bilang WT livestock. Pero paano pa po natin to imo-monitor at i-implement? Meron nga pong instance dito, 10 beses sa nagdaang taon, e-waste. How toxic is e-waste po? Dahil nandyan po yung mga iba't ibang baterya, metal, at iba pang mga kemikal na maaari kung sinunog lang ay malanghap ng mga low-lying communities maging carcinogenic. So, yun po ang kinakatakutan at yun ang concern ng representasyon na to, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Paano po ba natin mamamonitor? Kung nasusunod po ba yung pag-prohibit ng pagpasok ng imported solid waste, given that may admission nga po na kulang yung landfills na ipapakain sa WTE facilities.
Ay, hindi po ganoon. Ay, talagang dito, kaya nga kailangan natin ipasa na ito dahil bawal na talaga mag-import ng sinasabi mo municipal waste or city waste ba yun? Eh, bawal na talaga. Ang higpit, hindi lang may penal provision dyan kung hindi talagang suspend yung operation mo kung mag-import ka. Eh, hindi papayagan kung wala namang import permit, hulihin yan. Nandyan naman kayong mga kabataan, makabayan,
Import
di ba?
permit po,
Sabihin,
Madam
tawagin
Speaker.
niyo yung police, dalhin niyo yung police, hulihin niyo yan, meron nag-import ng municipal waste, di ba? Eh, yung panahon ng President Duterte, pinasahuli sa Canada yung waste na in-import galing sa Canada. Tandaan mo? Eh, kung meron pumasok ka na sa Subic, nandyan naman kayo kabataan, dalhin niyo yung police doon, pahuli ninyo, di ba? Kung hindi ninyo maksyon ng kabataan, kami matatanda, si Congressman Dagook, kami pahuli namin. O, di ba? Ayaw ng kabataan, kami matatanda. Papahuli namin yon, Madam Speaker. Gusto mo, bisayain ko na lang, Madam Speaker, translate mo.
Yun nga po specifically yung concern ng representasyong itong, Madam Speaker. Meron pong news tayo, 10 times e-waste illegally imported galing sa Estados Unidos dito sa Pilipinas. Ito po ay nireport ng Rappler at galing po sa Basel Action Network, isa na pong non-profit galing sa US. Ibig sabihin, may trail of intelligence sila from US going to the Philippines. Right now po, ang pangamba natin, ma-facilitate pa at lumala pa yung import. Sabihin nating bawal, nakalagay sa batas na bawal. Pero bawal naman na dati pa Pero nahayaan po ito. At ngayon, may introduce tayong framework na kinakailangan actually na maglaan at magbigay ng mas marami pang basura para yung incinerator natin hindi po i-turn off at tuloy-tuloy lang po siyang nagpoproseso. So, sa atin po, siguro po sa akin, Madam Speaker, I'm taking the responses of my distinguished sponsor na naninindigan siya na bawal according to the law. Pero as of now, meron tayong pag-leave sa implementing agencies ng implementation, pero up to question yung implementation kung nasi-safeguard ba niya po talaga kung nagagawang pagbawalan yung mga illegal e-waste or waste imports. But my point, Madam Speaker, beyond sa yung pangamba natin na dumami yung i-import illegally or even legally na basura dito sa Pilipinas para ito ay sunugin at magbigay at maglabas ng carcinogenics sa communities, maapektuhan tayo, maapektuhan yung tubig natin, meron din po yung standing question na kung paano po ba nag-ooperate yung sanitary landfills dito sa Pilipinas. Nag-file po ng resolution last year ang kinatawan na ito, House Resolution 815. At nag-privilege speech din po ang representasyon na ito noong Marso lang. We covered the lack of accountability and oversight on these landfills. At nakita natin yung malawakang displacement dahil sa mga trash slides na nangyayari. Sa pagpasa ng bill na to, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, we may expect the construction of more sanitary landfills around low-income communities. Paano po ba maka-counteract ng bill na to yung mga problemang pwedeng makaharap ng mga komunidad natin kung makonstruct na ang facilities na to? And siguro, as an anecdote, we touched base with some of the communities surrounding the landfills in Rizal, in Cebu, at sila mismo, may issues sila sa kung paano napapatakbo yung landfills.
may mga rules and regulations na dapat nasusunod, hindi nasusunod, yung baho, yung iba't ibang wastes no, sa tubig, naapektuhan sila. But because of itong pag-introduce ng WTE, yung hindi natin mabantayan na pag-import ng waste, baka mas dumami yung sanitary landfills na hindi naman sang-ayon sa rules and regulations sa pag-operate. Paano po ba, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, paano natin maka-counteract yung mga problema na nare-raise ng mga komunidad natin?
Madam Speaker, sinasabi mo komunidad eh. Responsibility ng mga komunidad yan to safeguard. Kaya kailangan na natin ipasa itong batas na ito dahil yun na nga eh. Bumubundok na yung waste mo. At saka, nung una, katulad ng halimbawa mo, magsunog ng plastic, tandaan mo nung araw, nung kunti pa yung coal plant natin dito. Lahat ng tao, no to coal. Pero nakita nila, umaandar yung coal plant, wala naman palang usok. Bakit? Eh, mayroon ng napakaraming technology ngayon. Pag incinerate mo ng coal, number one, dadaan yan sa water scrubber. Before going, dadaan sa water scrubber para maging steam na lang yung lalabas sa chimney niya. Yung hindi nasunog na coal, before it will go to the water scrubber, mayroon yung anodized na mayroon siyang chamber na talagang i-complete yung pagsunog niya doon na yung emission wala rin control, wala rin sobra doon sa allowed 10 parts per million na lumalabas doon sa mga coal plant. So, going back to your kanina, sinasabi mo na bawal magsunog ng plastic, ay hindi na bawal ngayon magsunog dahil nakokontrol mo na kung ano yung emission na ilalabas eh. Poisonous gas. Pwede mo rin i-capture yung poisonous gas. Kaya nga ngayon, yung plastic, pati yung guma nga, sinusunog, inaayos na, recycle na eh. So, we need to pass this bill para makatulong. Two-front lang tayo eh. Increase our energy resources na renewable, plus yung maibsan yung ating municipal waste na sinasabi mo na dumadami. Talaga yan. Kung tanungin mo si colleague natin, na Madam Speaker, si Congressman Erice, Philippines produce 34% of the world's plastic waste. Kailangan na natin sunugin yun. Kailangan naman pagbigay natin ng permit pagsunog ka ng plastic, ay hindi lalabas yung poisonous fumes. Hindi lalabas yung mga emissions dyan na more than 10 parts per million. So, mayroong control yan. So, ito naman, we suppose that this will become a law and we presume regularity dito sa batas na ito. No, kung mayroong mga lapses, halimbawa sinasabi mo na mayroon naman tayong batas na wala man tayong batas na nagbabawal mag-import ng municipal waste. Pero noong panahon ni Duterte, containers ng containers yung pinabalik niya doon. Tinawag niya yung Canadian ambassador. Pag hindi nyo pinaship out yan, dadalhin ko yan doon sa embassy ninyo, bubuksan ko yan doon para doon ko idam. Kaya napabalik. Hindi man ano yon, yung sinasabi mo nag-import ng municipal waste, yun yung mga biomass fuel plant siguro na nagkukulang na ng... I was just in Isabela and meron namang ginagawa doon na 15 megawatt, meron 20 megawatt. Nagkukulang na nga yung kanilang agricultural waste. So, yung waste, hindi lang yun. Kung mapasa natin ito, pati yung municipal waste ng Isabela, magagamit na nila kasi nagkukulang na yung kanilang ipa.
Madam Speaker, ang mas nakikita kong solusyon sa issue ng plastic, hindi lang ng Pilipinas pero sa buong mundo, ay gumawa ng mas counting plastic. No? Mag-turn to alternatives, gaya ng nakikita nga natin sa ibang bansa, and even here, pero hindi gaano ka-supported at kaunlad, bioplastics or other alternatives na hindi po yung non-biodegradable plastics at sa punot dulo, yun nga po yung naggagawa ng matinding waste crisis. No? At hindi po yung pagsunog ng plastic na mas malaki yung harm na binibitbit niya sa komunidad at down to the individual dahil kung ano mang pong carcinogenic ang lalabas dahil dyan, yun po ay later sakit na pwedeng yung tao mag-suffer through. And siguro po, ang sabi, may technologies that will capture these poisonous gases, these fumes that should, provide complacency sa communities na pwede naman tong WTE. Pero kung titignan lang po natin yung pattern sa buong mundo sa kung paano nila hinahandle at pinapaunlad yung waste to energy, sa Europe, they're moving away from it. No? May ibang mode and ibang framework na po sila, circular economy, kung saan, at the end of the day, gumagawa sila ng mga produkto sa punot dulo na ito ay babalik at gagamitin pa rin sa loob ng economy. Hindi po maraming single use na at the end of the day, iba-burn and then supposedly lalabas bilang energy.
Okay.
Ang nagiging mga trend nga po dito, they will import their wastes to developing countries na may waste-to-energy frameworks at ang sasalo po ng harm ay yung mga developing countries na ito. Ito po yung nakikita natin sa iba't ibang bansa sa Southeast Asia. Ang gusto lang naman ng representasyon na ito ay ayaw matulad sa mga komunidad kung saan may gantong toxic fumes, waters because of the waste-to-energy framework. And ito po, may mga studies na ginawa po ang GAIA, ang Basel Action Network, iba't ibang mga environmental groups na at the end of the day, masasabi the current standards that we have, hindi pa po siya sapat. And hindi tayo safeguarded. No? Kung saan may nakita nga actually ang GAIA, no, na may concentration levels of smog found in communities near the Dumaguete WTE, which exceeded the World Health Organization air quality guidelines. No? So, at the end of the day, andito po yung ating mga agam-agam dito sa framework na ito. And sa punot dulo, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, nakikita natin yung pag-introduce ng framework na ito na mas makakasama sa mamamayang Pilipino.
Alam ko yung concern, Madam Speaker, ng ating distinguished colleague. Tama naman yung concern mo. Pero ina-assume mo lahat ng batas may lusot eh. Ito na nga, pinagbabawal na nga natin dito yung mga nag-i-emit ng poisonous gas. Now, Madam Speaker, if my distinguished colleague has time, and my expense, hindi ko expense ng Congress, dalhin kita in the middle of Tokyo, papakita ko sa iyo, nagsusunog sila ng plastic. Eh kung ayaw mo pa doon, dalhin kita sa Copenhagen. May standing invitation ako sa Denmark. Ipapakita ko sa iyo na makiplastic, sinong pasasama iba? I have a standing invitation. Doon sa waste to energy sa Central Denmark, sa Copenhagen mismo. Nagsusunog sila ng plastic. Walang amoy, walang poisonous gas. So, hypothetical naman masyado yung iyo na pag inalaw natin ito, maraming mamamatay. Eh, wala pa man namatay.
Kaysa po, Madam Speaker, kaysa po siguro sa ibang bansa, mas gugustuhin ng kinatawan na ito na bisitahin ng Dumaguete, kung saan may WTE daw po doon, at ang report nga po ng GAIA ay ang levels of smog found in communities exceeded World Health Organization air quality guidelines. Pwede nating solusyonan po ng sama-sama. I have no further questions or comments, Madam Speaker. Maraming salamat po sa oras ninyo, distinguished sponsor.
Sandali lang, kanong normalize, Madam Speaker. Isa pang lugar, Singapore. Before going to Copenhagen, Singapore muna tayo. Dalhin kita doon sa isla. Papakita ko paano nila sinusunog yung kanilang waste para na walang lumalabas na poisonous gas. Yung emission standard is accordance to their standards. So, dito, dalawa lang naman ang pakay natin dito eh. In order to reduce our municipal waste after we reuse, recycle, and yung ating pag-segregate. Di ba? Pangalawa, is kailangan na natin itong waste to energy dahil gabundok na yung ating mga waste dito na wala talaga. Nasusunog na lang problema pa ng DNR, hindi nila mapatay-patay. Dahil nasa ilalim ang sunog eh. Ember lang yun doon, walang apoy. Kaya usok lang ng usok. Now, hinihintay na ito ni Congressman Eresi, itong batas na ito, kasi maglalagay siya ng waste to energy dyan sa payatas. Huwag mo na hadlangan dahil pag sinadlangan mo ito, baka hindi tayo matapos. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
Distinguished colleague, maraming salamat.
Apo, ang mas appropriate, may mga WTE facilities na sa Pilipinas. Puntahan mo na yon at inspeksyonan. And pwede mag-report yung mga ibang bansa sa atin kung kamusta po yung kanilang WTE facility.
Japan,
Ay,
tutulong
maraming
sa atin,
salamat.
Madam Speaker. Grabe ang grant ng Japan para to complete our studies and magbibigay pa ng equipment na para simulaan natin yung waste to energy. Maraming salamat sa concern mo, Madam Speaker, distinguished colleague. I value your time and I value your interpellation para lang malaman ng madla na itong pagsunog natin, maski ano yung hindi na nasegregate na susunugin natin, ay mapakinabangan pa natin at saka for the generations to come. Yun lang naman eh. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the distinguished gentleman from Caloocan, Congressman Egay Irice, for his manifestation.
Is the Honorable Egay Irice manifesting or interpolating?
Manifestation.
Manifestation.
The Honorable Egay Irice is recognized for manifestation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor. I just would like to support the proposal of our colleague, Congressman Alvarez. Gusto ko rin po na ialay yung fear ng ating kasamahan si Congresswoman ko. Actually, kaya tayo may problema sa mga waste to energy sapagkat wala pa tayong batas na magbibigay, na magra-rationalize dito sa problema na ito. For example, in Dumaguete, kaya po nagkakaproblema. Alam nyo, mahal ang waste to energy kung maliit lang ang volume ng basura na susunugin. Kaya kung maliit lang ang volume, hindi po kayang, ito po hindi feasible financially. Ito po ay, because this is a business. Yung waste to energy po is a business. Kailangan po may sapat na basura. Dahil kung kulang, isa-subsidize siya ng government. Pero kung may sapat na basura, magse-self-finance po yan. Sa Singapore po, ang waste nila doon is around 5,000 metric tons a day sa araw. Dalawa po yung kanilang waste to energy. Kayang-kaya. Dito po sa Metro Manila, we're producing 10,000 metric tons of solid waste. Kaya po, para tayong may minahan na magpuproduce ng electricity. At hindi na po natin kailangan na mag-import ng mga municipal waste dahil kahit po 2 waste-to-energy facility yung itayo natin dito, kulang pa rin sa laki ng basura na pinuproduce. Metro Manila pa lang po yan. Hindi pa kasama yung mga nearby cities, yung outskirt cities, Bacoor, na malalaki yan, yung Rizal, malaki po yan, sa Bulacan, malaki po yung waste production. Yan po ay isang tested technology na. Actually, hindi lang po incineration, meron pang technology ng gasification. So marami pong, kung yung tao po nakakapunta na sa buwan, mas madali pong problema yung pagprotekta ng environment. Ang importante lang po, merong sapat na basura. Kasi kung hindi sapat na ang basura, masasubsidize siya ng government. At kung subsidize ng gobyerno at pag kinapos ng pondo, dyan na po nagkakaproblema yung maintenance nitong mga facilities na to. And sa pamamagitan ng batas na ito, mariregulate pa natin kung ilang dapat na waste-to-energy facility ang payagan sa bawat community. Hindi pwede payagan yung mga communities na kulang ang basura. Pero yun namang, for example, Metro Manila, actually po, pwedeng
sobra-sobra ang waste natin
ng Metro Manila. Isa pa po, it will be hypocritical kung makikita natin na yung mga kabataan, yung mga bata, pagkabaha dahil sa basura, namamatay, nagkakasakit. Pero kung gagawan po natin ang paraan na itong basura na ito ay mai-dispose natin ng maayos, ay sa tingin ko po, mas maraming buhay yung masasave natin. Pangatlo, yung pong recycling, reuse. Maganda lang po yan kung konti ang basura. Pero when it comes to volume, napakagastos po niyan. Even in the US, when I attended a conference on solid waste management, the US, ang sabi ng mga public corporate, ang pinakamahal na form of solid waste disposal is recycling. Why? Kasi po karamihan naman ng mga recycled materials sa dami, sa volume, hindi naman po nagagamit. Sa storage pa lang, talo ni sila sa cost ng mga recycled. Salamat po. I support the proposal of Congress.
Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker, distinguished colleague. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from Quezon City, the Honorable Bong Suntay, for his manifestation.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, nais ko lang rin ibigay ang aking suporta dito sa panukalang ito. Actually, this proposal has been long overdue. Around the world, there are around 42 countries which uses waste to energy facilities. Dito lang sa Asia, andyan yung South Korea, Japan, China, India, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, Australia, New Zealand. All of those countries has waste to energy facility. We could just imagine, Australia and New Zealand has one of the strictest environmental laws in the world. Pero ginagamit nila itong waste to energy technology. Dito sa atin, sabi ko, this has been long overdue because provisions of our Clean Air Act prohibited the use of such technology. But technology has far advanced. At ngayon, halos wala nang wala nang yung kinakatakot natin na byproduct, halos wala na. And what is produced is either clean air or water.
Steam na lang.
Oo. Kaya't I hope that the members of this House would also support this measure. Because it will help us. Alam mo, sa amin lang sa Quezon City, the biggest city in Metro Manila, before we had the Payatas landfill. In fact, mas unhygienic and mas environmentally unfriendly pa nga yung mga operations ng open landfill. Because of the leachate it produces. Ang lapit-lapit pa naman sa Lamesa Dam. Pero ngayon, wala na yung Payatas and now we have to haul our garbage and spend so much money para dito sa hauling. But if we have this facility, palagay ko, mas madali na malinis natin ng ating bansa. So I would just like to give my support to the honorable proponent and to his measure. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, distinguished colleague. Thank you,
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and
Madam
debate.
Speaker,
What's the pleasure of the Honorable Marcoleta?
just to give my manifestation of support to the distinguished sponsor of the Waste to Energy Bill.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor. As one of the principal authors of the Waste to Energy Act, I wholeheartedly support this bill. At kasama ko rin po ang ating kapita-pitagan na chair sa pagbalangkas ng panukalang batas na ito. The proposed Waste to Energy Act is a measure that responds to a fiscal reality we all recognize, that when solid waste is unmanaged, our government pays the price through higher collection and disposal costs, scarce landfill capacity, public health risks, and repeated flood-related spending. The National Economic and Development Authority Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 lays the problem out clearly. It reported that in 2020, the estimated volume of waste generated was close to 17 million metric tons, with almost a third coming from Metro Manila, that only 39% of barangays are served by material recovery facilities and only 29% by sanitary landfills, and that diversion remained low at 54% as of 2021. Madam Chair, distinguished sponsor, this is a public finance and governance bill as much as it is an energy and solid waste bill. It gives local governments and investors a clear framework, but it also gives the state strong tools like monitoring, health safeguards, prohibitions, and enforcement so that waste to energy can be deployed, not only where it is safe, justified, and consistent with our waste diversion goals. In this wise, I respectfully ask this august body to advance this measure on waste to energy regulatory framework so we can move to a responsible solution forward. Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
An objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation on House Bill 9157 is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
An objection? Hearing none, said motion is carried.
Madam Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
An objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number 9157.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill 9157. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those who are not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9157 is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend session for a few minutes, Madam Speaker.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Madam Speaker, I move to consider House Bill number 8699, contained in Committee Report 231. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is so directed.
House Bill number 8699, an act promoting Philippine indigenous and traditional writing systems and providing for their protection, preservation, and conservation.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate and that the Representative Maximo Y. Dalog Jr. be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
An objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby opened, and for this purpose, the Honorable Maximo Dalog Jr. of the Lone District of Mountain Province is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples, I am honored to sponsor House Bill number 8699, known as the Philippine Indigenous and Traditional Writing Systems Act, which seeks to promote, protect, preserve and conserve the indigenous and traditional writing systems of the Philippines, including Baybayin, Hanunuo, Buhid, Tagbanwa, Kulitan, and other pre-colonial scripts by formally recognizing them as national cultural treasures. The bill mandates their integration into basic and higher education, the development of digital archives and reference materials, and the conduct of cultural awareness activities with the National Commission for the Culture and the Arts as the lead agency in coordination with the Department of Education, Commission on Higher Education, Commission ng Wikang Filipino, and the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples. For our indigenous cultural communities and indigenous peoples, the institutionalization of their traditional writing systems is not merely a cultural aspiration. It is a matter of identity, dignity, and survival. These scripts are the written soul of indigenous peoples, expressions of their history, knowledge, and worldview that predate colonization by centuries. Without a legal framework to protect and promote them, these writing systems face irreversible extinction, taking with them irreplaceable indigenous knowledge, oral traditions, and a living link between our people and their ancestral past. To lose them is to lose a part of what makes us distinctly and proudly Filipino. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's no other member who would wish to sponsor. There's a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate. Any objection? Hearing none, said motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
An objection? Hearing none, said motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
An objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to vote on second reading, House Bill number 8699.
There's a motion to approve on second reading House Bill 8699. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those who are not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8869 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Madam
Majority
Speaker.
Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 763 as contained in Committee Report number 250 submitted by the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill numbers 763, an act increasing the number of Board of Directors of the Mactan Cebu International Airport Authority, amending for the purpose Section 6 of Republic Act number 6958, otherwise known as the Charter of the Mactan Cebu International Airport Authority.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate and that the Honorable Nathaniel M. Oducado be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. The honorable sponsor is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, a pleasant afternoon. I rise today on behalf of Representatives Eric Olivares and Representative Jonard Ahong Chan to sponsor House Bill 763, a vital and long overdue measure that seeks to amend Republic Act number 6958, updating the decades-old charter of the Mactan Cebu International Airport Authority, or MCIAA. For more than 35 years, the MCIAA has stood as one of the country's primary aviation gateways and a cornerstone of our national economy. It connects our islands to the world, drives tourism, and fuels regional growth. Yet, despite its modern facilities and global reach, its governance structure remains rooted in 1990. Unchanged, unresponsive, and increasingly misaligned with present-day realities. The city of Lapu-Lapu hosts this vital infrastructure. It carries the daily burden of airport operations from traffic congestion and environmental impact to public safety and urban strain. And yet, despite this undeniable stake, the host city has no direct voice, no vote, and no seat in the governing body that makes critical decisions affecting its people. When the original charter was enacted, Lapu-Lapu was still a component city. Today, it is rightfully evolved into a highly urbanized city, economically vibrant, administratively independent, and central to regional development. However, the law has not kept pace. While the province of Cebu and private sector's representatives are given seats in the MCIAA board, the very local government that physically hosts and sustains the airport remains excluded. This disconnect is often more than symbolic. It has real consequences. Policies on land use, infrastructure expansion, traffic systems, and environmental safeguards are crafted without the formal participation of the community most directly affected. This is not just a lapse in the representation, it is a gap in accountability, coordination, and equity. House Bill 763 offers a clear, reasonable, and necessary solution. First, it mandates the inclusion of the Lapu-Lapu mayor or a duly authorized representative as a permanent member of the MCIAA Board of Directors, ensuring that the city that hosts finally has a voice where it matters most. Second, it aligns national aviation policy with local governance, fostering better coordination between airport authorities and the city's development plans. Third, it strengthens accountability and responsiveness, providing a formal mechanism to address concerns on traffic management, land use, environmental sustainability, and equitable economic benefits. This is not a radical reform. It is a practical correction, one that brings governance closer to the people it affects. Mr. Speaker, this measure is anchored on a simple principle. Those who bear the impact must have a voice in the decision-making process.
The bill does not seek privilege, it seeks fairness. It does not disrupt, it strengthens. It does not divide, it integrates. By granting Lapu-Lapu City its rightful representation, we uphold the spirit of local autonomy, enhance institutional coordination, and ensure that sustainable growth of one of our nation's most critical gateways. Let us correct a 35-year oversight. Let's bring governance into the present, and let us affirm that inclusive leadership is the foundation of lasting progress. For the people of Lapu-Lapu City, for the continued success of the MCIAA, and for the more responsive and equitable system of governance, I respectfully urge the swift approval of House Bill 763. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Odocado. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The period of interpellation and debate is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Period of amendment is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendment is now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading, House Bill number 763.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. There's a motion to approve on second reading, House Bill 763. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 763 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 694 as contained in Committee Report number 172, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the House resolution. Please proceed.
House Resolution 694, resolution congratulating and commending Representative Richard I. Gomez of the 4th Legislative District of Leyte for his exceptional accomplishments in international and regional shooting competitions from 2025 to 2026.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 694 as contained in Committee Report number 172.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 897 as contained in Committee Report number 228, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the House Resolution 897. Please proceed.
House Resolution 897, resolution congratulating and commending Filipino Olympian Carlos Caloy Edriel P. Yulo for winning medals in the 2025 Artistic Gymnastics World Championships held in Jakarta, Indonesia from October 19 to 25, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 897 as contained in Committee Report number 228.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. House Resolution 897 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 898 as contained in Committee Report number 229, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 898. Please proceed.
House Resolution 898, resolution congratulating and commending Filipino prodigy Alaya Ayel Aguilar for winning the 4th world title in the 2025 Abu Dhabi World Professional Jiu-Jitsu Championship held at Mubadala Arena, Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates from November 12 to 22, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 898 as contained in Committee Report number 229.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 898 contained in Committee Report 229 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 952 as contained in Committee Report number 242, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 952. Please proceed.
House Resolution 952, resolution congratulating and commending the members of the Philippine national team for their historic performance in winning 7 gold and 7 silver and 10 bronze medals in the 2025 Asian Youth Games held in Manama, Bahrain from October 22 to 31, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 952 as contained in Committee Report number 242.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 952 contained in Committee Report 242 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 956 as contained in Committee Report number 243, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 956. Please proceed.
House Resolution 956, resolution congratulating and commending the members of the Philippine National Athletics Team for their gold medal victories in the 2025 Southeast Asian Under-18 and Under-20 Athletics Championships held in Medan, Indonesia from November 15 to 18, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 956 as contained in Committee Report number 243.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 956 contained in Committee Report 243 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 957 as contained in Committee Report number 244. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 957. Please proceed.
House Resolution number 957, resolution congratulating and commending Brenda Ramos Sinampan for her historic 4 gold medal victory in the 2025 Asia Masters Athletics Championships held in Chennai, India from November 5 to 9, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 957 as contained in Committee Report number 244.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. All those in favor of House Resolution 957 say aye. Aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 957 contained in Committee Report 244 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 958 as contained in Committee Report number 245, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 958. Please proceed.
House Resolution number 958, Resolution congratulating and commending Filipino Whirlpool champion Jonas R. Magpantay for winning the gold medal in the 2025 Whirlpool Association Qatar World Cup 10-ball championship held in Doha, Qatar from October 23 to November 2, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 258 as contained in Committee Report number 245.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. All those in favor of House Resolution 958 say aye. Aye. Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 958 contained in Committee Report 245 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 959 as contained in Committee Report number 246. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 959. Please proceed.
House Resolution 959, resolution congratulating and commending Filipino Memory Grandmaster Roberto M. Racasa for his outstanding performances in the 2025 World Memory Championships held in Mumbai, India from November 7 to 9, 2025, and the 2025 Asia Open International Memory Championships held in Hyderabad, India from November 15 to 16, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 959 as contained in Committee Report number 246.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. All those in favor of House Resolution 959 say aye. Aye. Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 959 contained in Committee Report 246 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 960 as contained in Committee Report number 247. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of this resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 960. Please proceed.
House Resolution number 960, resolution congratulating and commending Filipino trail runner John Ray Stingray G. Onifa for his outstanding first-place finishes in the Ultra Trail du Mont Blanc World Series events throughout the year 2025.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 960 as contained in Committee Report number 247.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. All those in favor of House Resolution 960, please say aye. Aye. Those are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 960 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 963 as contained in Committee Report number 248. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? No. The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution number 963. Please proceed.
House Resolution number 963, resolution congratulating and commending Filipino junior weightlifter Albert Ian de los Santos for setting a new junior world record in the men's 71-kilogram clean and jerk event in the 2025 International Weightlifting Federation World Championships held in Fjord, Norway from October 2 to 11, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 963 as contained in Committee Report number 248.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. All those in favor of House Resolution 963, please say aye. Aye. Those are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 963 contained in Committee Report 248 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 964 as contained in Committee Report number 249. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 964. Please proceed.
House Resolution 964, resolution congratulating and commending Filipino Olympian Yumir Felix Marshall for winning the vacant World Boxing Council International Middleweight title held in Araneta Coliseum, Quezon City, Philippines on October 29, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 964 as contained in Committee Report number 249.
Is there an objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. All those in favor of House Resolution 964, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 964 contained in Committee Report 249 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 984 as contained in Committee Report number 260. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 984. Please proceed.
House Resolution 984, resolution congratulating and commending Filipino para-swimmer Rick Daniel Pasadilla for becoming the most bemedaled Filipino para-athlete in the 2025 Asian Youth Para Games held in Dubai, United Arab Emirates from December 7 to 14, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 984 as contained in Committee Report number 260.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. All those in favor of House Resolution 984, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 984 contained in Committee Report 260 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 895 as contained in Committee Report number 225. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 895. Please proceed.
House Resolution 895, resolution congratulating and commending the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority for the successful hosting of the World Skills ASEAN Manila 2025 competition and producing the strongest performance ever by the Philippine delegation to the biennial event.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 895 as contained in Committee Report number 225.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. All those in favor of House Resolution 895, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 895, contained in Committee Report 225, is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 896 as contained in Committee Report number 226. And for that purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 896. Please proceed.
House Resolution 896, resolution commending and congratulating the Perpetual Help University on the occasion of its 50th founding anniversary in recognition of its 5 decades of academic excellence, service to the nation, and unwavering commitment to holistic education.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 896 as contained in Committee Report number 226.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. All those in favor of House Resolution 896, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 896, contained in Committee Report 226, is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 1001 as contained in Committee Report number 269. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 903. Please proceed.
1001.
I'm sorry. I stand corrected. House Resolution 1001.
House Resolution 1001, a resolution commending and congratulating the Pinoy pop girl group BINI for making history as the first Filipino pop group to perform at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival 2026 and recognizing their contribution to the global promotion of Filipino talent and culture.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 1001 as contained in Committee Report number 269.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. All those in favor of House Resolution 1001, please say aye. Aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1001, contained in Committee Report 269, is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider the bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. So, session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules, I move for the omnibus consideration of the following local bills. House Bill number 8619, as contained in Committee Report number 218. House Bill number 8620, as contained in Committee Report number 219. House Bill number 8700, as contained in Committee Report number 232. House Bill number 8722, as contained in Committee Report number 237. House Bill number 8723, as contained in Committee Report number 238. House Bill number 8724, as contained in Committee Report number 238. House Bill number 9150, as contained in Committee Report number 262. House Bill number 9151, as contained in Committee Report number 263. House Bill number 9152, as contained in Committee Report number 264. House Bill number 9153, as contained in Committee Report number 265. House Bill number 9154, as contained in Committee Report number 266. And House Bill number 9155, as contained in Committee Report number 267. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the foregoing bills. Please proceed.
House Bill number 8619, an act granting the condonation of the unpaid interest, penalties, and surcharges on the overdue obligations of the Maguindanao Electric Cooperative, Inc. to the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation. House Bill number 8620, an act granting the condonation of the unpaid interest, penalties, and surcharges on the overdue obligations of the Lanao del Sur Electric Cooperative, Inc. to the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation. House Bill number 8700, an act providing for the establishment of an indigenous training center in the city of Valencia, province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 8722, an act upgrading the district office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of San Luis, province of Aurora, from a Class D to a Class B district office and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 8723, an act upgrading the district office of Land Transportation Office in the city of Ormoc, province of Leyte, from a Class D to a Class A district office and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 8724, an act upgrading the Land Transportation Office district office in the city of Dagupan, province of Pangasinan, from Class B to Class A and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 9150, an act upgrading the district office of the Land Transportation Office in the city of Iriga, province of Camarines Sur, from a Class D to a Class B district office and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 9151, an act converting the extension office of the Land Transportation Office located in the municipality of Sablayan, province of Occidental Mindoro, to a regular district office and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 9152, an act converting the extension office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of Guian, province of Eastern Samar, into a regular district office and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 9153, an act converting the extension office of the Land Transportation Office located in the municipality of Candelaria in the province of Quezon into a regular district office and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 9154, an act converting the Land Transportation Office Extension Office in the municipality of San Agustin, province of Romblon, into a regular district office and appropriating funds therefor. And House Bill 9155, an act converting the Land Transportation Office Extension Office in the municipality of Rojas, province of Oriental Mindoro, into a regular LTO district office and appropriating funds therefor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate and that the respective explanatory notes be considered as a sponsorship of the said measures.
Is there an objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Period of sponsorship and debate. Your motion is to close. Open.
To open.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate on the said measures, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion. Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments and approve the Committee on Amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The period of amendment is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Period of amendment is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading the following House bills. House Bill number 8619 as contained in Committee Report number 218. House Bill number 8620 as contained in Committee Report number 219. House Bill number 8700 as contained in Committee Report number 232. House Bill number 8722 as contained in Committee Report number 237. House Bill number 8723 as contained in Committee Report number 238. House Bill number 8724 as contained in Committee Report number 239. House Bill number 9150 as contained in Committee Report number 262. House Bill number 9151 as contained in Committee Report number 263. House Bill number 9152 as contained in Committee Report number 264. House Bill number 9153 as contained in Committee Report number 265. House Bill number 9154 as contained in Committee Report number 266, and House Bill number 9155 as contained in Committee Report number 267.
There is a motion. There's an omnibus motion to approve the aforementioned House bills on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. All the aforementioned bills are approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 8476 and Senate Bill number 1894, expanding the coverage of tertiary education subsidy. Representative Jude A. Asidre, Representative Roman T. Romulo, Representative Jaime R. Fresnedi, Representative Steve Chongbian Solon, Representative Ana Victoria Veloso Tuazon, and Representative Nico Raul S.J. Daza.
There is a motion to designate the aforementioned members of the House to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Move to suspend for a few minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 903 as contained in Committee Report number 230, and for this purpose, may I ask the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
This one, okay. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 903. Please proceed.
House Resolution 903. Resolution strongly urging the National Police Commission to effect the immediate conversion, reorganization, and/or upgrading of the Caloocan City Police Station into a full-fledged police district, and to issue the appropriate resolution in the exercise of its powers under Republic Act Number 6975 as amended by Republic Act Number 8551.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 903.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. All those in favor of House Resolution 903 contained in Committee Report 230, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 903, contained in Committee Report 230, is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move to open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Privilege hour is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Leila M. De Lima from Party List ML to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Representative Leila M. De Lima of the Party List ML is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. I rise today to address a matter of utmost public interest and collective responsibility, one that crucially tests our commitment to democracy, local autonomy, and the protection of our people's rightful voice. 95,497.12. Let that figure sink in. This is the total hectares of land in Nueva Vizcaya that are currently open to mining operations. Mining that will fundamentally alter a locality's landscape, its waters, and its ecological systems, perhaps irreversibly. Mining that displaces entire communities, destroys local livelihoods, and shatters the economic fabric that generations have painstakingly built. Mining whose scars will persist long after the minerals are extracted and the corporations have moved on. Damage that is in most cases lasting and irremediable. So I ask, who holds the authority to decide the fate of these 95,497.12 hectares? Who possesses the moral and legal right to determine whether our land, our water, and our people's future shall be surrendered to mining operations? Under the Local Government Code, national government agencies and government-owned or controlled corporations are mandated to maintain ecological balance and preserve environmental integrity. These entities are required to secure prior public consultation with local government units, non-governmental organizations, and other sectors concerned, and to obtain the approval of the appropriate sanggunian before implementing any project or program that may cause pollution, climatic change, depletion of non-renewable resources, loss of cropland, rangeland or forest cover, and extinction of animal or plant species. The law is clear. Before the implementation of environmentally critical projects and programs, there must be consultation with the local government units, non-governmental organizations, and other sectors concerned, and prior approval of the sanggunian concerned. The requirement for consultation is not a mere procedural step or bureaucratic compliance requirement. It springs from the constitutional policies that guarantee due process and promote our people's inalienable right to meaningful participation at all levels of social, political, and economic decision-making. From the perspective of rudimentary fairness and justice, consultation is an imperative, precisely because the communities that will bear the entire burden of the displacement, the environmental devastation, and the loss of livelihood must have the opportunity to weigh these costs against purported benefits. At its heart, consultation must empower affected communities to say no if the price is too high. Half measures that deny communities the power to reject mining that is deleterious to their health and well-being are no consultation at all. It is mere theater, palabas, pakitang tao. It is for this reason that consultation must clearly and comprehensively explain the project's true environmental and ecological risks to the community. It must provide adequate time for genuine deliberation, not mere rubber stamping. It must center on the community's right to say no, to withhold consent to projects they deem unacceptable. This is what meaningful consultation looks like. Anything less is a clear disregard of the people's welfare and a betrayal of the Constitution. The Local Government Code makes it crystal clear. The DNR and MGB bear the primary duty to ensure genuine, thorough, and truthful consultations with communities and LGUs before mining projects proceed. They must guarantee that affected communities are comprehensively informed, not only of the project's supposed objectives, but of its true environmental and ecological consequences. Only then can communities and sanggunians make an informed decision and, importantly, cast a genuine yes or no vote. That being said, hindi po ibig sabihin na wala ng papel ang ating mga lokal na opisyal. No less than Section 8 of the IRR of Republic Act number 7942, or the Philippine Mining Act of 1995 as amended, mandates LGU officials to ensure that relevant laws and consultations are complied with. Moreover, the nature of public office as a public trust imposes an exacting duty on our leaders. Bigyan na po natin ng dignidad at integridad ang posisyon kung saan tayo iniluklok. This failure to consult manifests starkly in Barangay Bitnong, Dupax del Norte, where Woggle Corporation's mining exploration has been underway since August 2025. Local government units were deliberately bypassed, community voices disregarded, with only a briefing to officials in lieu of genuine consultation. Consequently, this representation introduced House Resolution number 413, demanding a full legislative investigation. What both the Senate and House hearings revealed was damning. Not a single instance of genuine consultation had occurred. Punong barangays from Dupax del Norte, who were present during the hearings, testified they were never truly consulted. The message was unmistakable. The company and DNR-MGB had already decided. Tapos na ang boxing sa DNR pa lang. And yet, despite these findings, despite the community's documented resistance, the MGB's response reveals the true problem, a fundamental misalignment between what the law demands and what this agency actually does. Is the MGB a guardian of the law and people's rights, or has it become an enabler of narrow corporate interests? The MGB has repeatedly argued that consultation requirements do not apply to exploration permits. This is fundamentally flawed. Section 70 of the Mining Act exempts exploration permits from environmental impact assessments, but says nothing about exempting them from the consultation requirements mandated by the Local Government Code. Section 23 of the Mining Act's IRR is crystal clear. Permittees must comply with sangguniang consultation before implementing their exploration work. Ironically, Woggle's own permit contains a near-identical consultation requirement. During the House Committee on Natural Resources hearing last March 11, the MGB Region 2 revealed there are 9 pending mining applications in Nueva Vizcaya, all under evaluation. If we apply MGB's interpretation that consultation is not required for exploration permits, this sets a dangerous precedent and will leave subsequent mining applications unchecked. This convenient and dangerous interpretation of the law cannot bind local government units and communities in the face of their stark and evident opposition. Even more alarming, the MGB applies this flawed interpretation not only at exploration stages, but also during implementation, development, and utilization stages, leaving affected communities consistently disregarded, most critically during mining permit renewals. Let's talk about Financial or Technical Assistance Agreements, or the FTAA. FTAAs are agreements allowing the full foreign participation in large-scale mineral exploitation, the highest level of mining rights. These agreements are statistically rare, yet extraordinarily consequential. Only 6 FTAAs currently exist in the Philippines. As of February 28, 2026, these 6 agreements alone blanket 102,255.3134 hectares of Philippine territory, extracting gold, copper, nickel, and magnetite sand. That is land that will never be the same. That is wealth extracted and communities left behind. In Nueva Vizcaya, OceanaGold Philippines holds FTAA number 001, covering a contract area situated in the provinces of Nueva Vizcaya and Quirino, which expired on June 20, 2019. The Sangguniang Panlalawigan of Nueva Vizcaya declared its strong opposition to the renewal of the FTAA number 001. On July 14, 2021, without compliance with the consultation requirement, and in the face of the community and local government units' strong opposition, the Office of the President, nevertheless, upon the recommendation of the DNR, entered into an addendum agreement with OceanaGold for the supposed renewal of FTAA number 001. Now let me be blunt. OceanaGold, holder of FTAA number 001, is no stranger to us. This is not a company with a clean slate. In 2008, as chairperson of the Commission on Human Rights, this representation personally directed an investigation into credible reports that OceanaGold had committed serious human rights violations against the residents of Barangay de Dipio in Nueva Vizcaya. In 2009, this representation visited the mine site, conducted an on-site inspection, and spoke directly with the affected community. What we found deeply troubled us. In 2011, the inquiry concluded in CHR Resolution number 2011-004, which documented a systematic pattern of human rights abuses. The CHR found OceanaGold guilty of serious violations, displacing residents, violating property rights, restricting freedom of movement, endangering community security, suppressing indigenous cultural rights, and threatening access to clean water. These human rights violations are not isolated incidents. They are symptoms of a systemic failure. Despite clear constitutional guarantees mandating consultation and public participation, the DNR-MGB treats consultations as a mere compliance checkbox during initial applications. Para sa kanila, ang konsultasyon ay procedural step lamang, hindi substantive requirement. But here's the critical question. Can consent granted 25 years ago bind the next generation without a new round of consultation? Consider the stakes. In the next quarter century, we face accelerated climate change, more intense heat waves, catastrophic floods, and devastating droughts, along with significant demographic movements. Our food systems, our agriculture, our communities will transform. Yet the MGB insists that approvals from 25 years past remain valid for renewal. This is not just presumptuous, it is dangerous. Mali ito, hindi ito makatwiran. Logically, any and all activities under the FTAA's development and utilization periods end within the 25-year term. Otherwise stated, all consultations and approvals under Sections 26 and 27 of the Local Government Code on the FTAA activities can only be conducted in the context of a 25-year term. The consent obtained for the first 25 years cannot be reasonably assumed to bind future generations, nor can it be justifiably expected to endure another drastically altered and fast-evolving socio-environmental conditions. Worse still, the MGB continues to allow mining operations without even conducting proper consultations. We've seen this before, this pattern before. In Tampakan, South Cotabato, FTAA number 002 was initially granted for 12 years. Pero ang mga magsasaka, ang mga irrigators, ang mga komunidad na kumukuha ng pinagkakakitaan mula sa lupa, ang mga taong ito, the very people whose livelihoods hang in the balance, they later discovered it had been quietly and ceremoniously extended to 18 years. 6 more years, walang tanong, walang sagot, walang usapin, walang usapan, walang consent, walang konsultasyon. So I call on this House to act decisively. We must use our oversight powers, and we must use them vigorously to determine whether the DNR-MGB has faithfully executed its statutory duty to enforce consultation requirements in Nueva Vizcaya, South Cotabato, and beyond. Accordingly, this representation will be filing a resolution in aid of legislation calling for a comprehensive congressional inquiry into the systematic failure to enforce consultation requirements across all mining permit stages, exploration, development, and utilization alike, and any subsequent renewals. We call on our colleagues in Congress to stand with the people of Nueva Vizcaya, South Cotabato, and all mining-affected communities across this nation. The time to act is now. We will act for the 95,497.12 hectares and for the future generations. Mas matimbang dapat ang komunidad, hindi ang kumpanya, hindi ang malalaking pera. Sila ang mga taong nandyan na umaasa sa lupa na nagmamahal sa kanilang komunidad. It is they who hold the rightful say through local autonomy, public participation, and transparent processes. Ultimately, I say this: the people of Nueva Vizcaya and South Cotabato must never be treated as mere obstacles in the path of extraction profits. They are not pawns. They are not collateral damage to development. They are the rightful stewards of their territories. The Constitution recognizes this. The law recognizes this. The indigenous peoples recognize this. The farmers, the fishermen, the children who drink from these waters, lahat sila ay kinikilala ito. Now the government must recognize it too. We must restore the supremacy of local autonomy, not as a whispered promise, but as lived reality. We must transform community consultation from a bureaucratic checkbox into a meaningful exercise of democratic power. We must demand that every voice be heard and that every concern be valued, that every dissent be respected. We must shift the entire framework from unquestioned extraction to accountable stewardship. The General Welfare Clause is not abstract rhetoric. Ito ay mandato. It mandates, with the full force of our Constitution, that local government units protect their constituents' welfare above all else, above corporate interests, above revenue projections, above everything. Let us honor that mandate. Let us act with urgency and integrity our people deserve. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative De Lima. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the representative. I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize my distinguished colleague from EPEC Party List, Congressman Sergio Dagoc, for his manifestation.
The Honorable Dagoc is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. I am in full support to the concern of the representative of ML Party List, considering that at present I have also two pending complaints with MGB. She is correct that as if this government agency is not serving the interest of the Filipino people and our environment, but it is serving the interest of the mining companies in Dinagat and in Surigao City. The bishop is complaining, and I have endorsed the complaints of the bishop of the Diocese of Surigao. But until now, the action is half-baked. Walang consultation. I demanded that the people will be consulted because nagtuturoan na yung MGB at saka EMB. Sabi ni MGB, yung dagat ninyo na naapektuhan, hindi na namin saklaw. EMB na ang may saklaw. So, again, I hope that as called upon by our colleague, the investigation must be acted upon by this chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Dagoc. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable De Lima to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. The speech of the Honorable De Lima, as well as the manifestation of Representative Dagoc, is referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize our distinguished colleague from Kabataan Party List, Honorable Rene Co from Kabataan Party List.
The Honorable Rene Co of Party List Kabataan is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week on May 8, 2026, the member states of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or we know as ASEAN, gathered in Cebu for the 48th ASEAN Summit. All eyes are on the Philippines as ASEAN chair, and the actions of this association as states respond to the crisis generated by the warmongering of the United States and Israel against Iran, affecting the security of the entire West Asia region and causing the skyrocket of global fuel prices, including that of our region. Meanwhile, it must deal with internal conflicts such as tensions between Thailand and Cambodia and the continuing civil war in Myanmar. It begs the question, how is the welfare of the people of ASEAN? How are ASEAN states ensuring the safety, security, and respect of human rights of the region amidst compounding crisis? Mr. Speaker, in February 2026, ASEAN's newest member, Timor-Leste, opened legal proceedings under universal jurisdiction against junta leader Min Aung Hlaing for war crimes and crimes against humanity. Myanmar responded within weeks by expelling Dili's charged affairs. A small, young democracy drew a line that the bloc's founding members have refused to draw for 5 years. If Timor-Leste can act on principle, the question ASEAN must answer is, what is stopping the rest of us? As ASEAN leaders convened in Cebu for the 48th ASEAN Summit and will continue high-level engagements in the coming months, the region is once again called to demonstrate that its cooperation delivers real outcomes for its peoples. For Myanmar, 5 years after the adoption of the 5-point consensus, or 5PC, that promise remains unfulfilled. Although adopted with coup leader Min Aung Hlaing's participation, none of its 5 points, ending violence, inclusive dialogue, humanitarian access, appointment of a special envoy, and a visit by that envoy to all parties, have been meaningfully implemented. None of them. From the 38th to the 47th ASEAN summits, the junta was barred from political representation at high-level meetings. The bloc's one consistent act of pressure. It was procedural, not substantive, and the junta absorbed it without changing course. At the 47th summit, ASEAN leaders declined to endorse the junta's elections, stated that cessation of violence must precede any electoral process, and tasked senior officials to consider a longer-term special envoy, implicitly acknowledging that the rotating annual system had failed. They introduced, for the first time, language on cross-border humanitarian access. Leaders also formally acknowledged deep concern over the lack of substantial progress in the 5PC. They then reaffirmed the consensus anyway.
Then, the junta proceeded with its sham elections regardless. It initiated so-called quote-unquote peace dialogues to project willingness for political resolution while imposing martial law across 60 townships in April 2026 under a 90-day emergency ordinance, the latest in a series of martial law expansions since the 2021 coup. What the evidence shows is plain, Mr. Speaker. The 5PC, designed as leverage, has become a shield. By reaffirming it summit after summit without benchmarks, timelines, or consequences for non-compliance, ASEAN has given the junta exactly what it needs: the appearance of diplomatic engagement without accountability. ASEAN's insistence on a Myanmar-owned, Myanmar-led solution, a principle with genuine merit, has in practice become institutional permission to wait for a political will the junta has no incentive to produce. The junta lost the last election it could not rig. It then seized power, detained the opposition, and rewrote the rules. ASEAN has spent 5 years engaging this losing side. Myanmar's people, meanwhile, have not been silent. They have boycotted the junta's elections in the millions, sustained a civil resistance movement across years of brutal suppression, and built parallel governing structures from the ground up. As chair, the Philippines inherits both that record and the responsibility to change it. The Philippines has not recognized the electoral outcome, with Foreign Affairs Secretary Teresa Lazaro stating ASEAN will not recognize the military's election. But credibility demands more than non-recognition. Her January 2026 visit to Naypyidaw, where she met Min Aung Hlaing without stated conditionality, drew condemnation from civil society organizations in Myanmar and the Philippines as conferring legitimacy on the junta accused of war crimes. Following Min Aung Hlaing's inauguration as president on April 10, Manila reaffirmed that it will continue to engage relevant authorities and stakeholders in Myanmar, while international partners rejected the electoral process outright. The question in Cebu and moving forward is not whether the Philippines understands the stake. It is whether this chairmanship will be defined by what it chose to do when it mattered the most. The answer must begin with clarity. ASEAN cannot recognize the military-led government in Myanmar regardless of any change in title or institutional arrangement, and military representation must remain suspended across all ASEAN meetings. Engagement must shift to legitimate representatives, the National Unity Government, ethnic revolutionary organizations, and the civil society actors the 5PC was ostensibly designed to protect. The 5PC itself must be formally reviewed, not to produce yet another diplomatic statement, but to honestly account for 5 years of non-implementation against the realities on the ground. Humanitarian aid must reach all affected communities, including the Rohingya, through cross-border channels that do not depend on military cooperation or gatekeeping. And ASEAN member states must actively support accountability cases brought under universal jurisdiction like that done by Timor-Leste. ASEAN's principles of peace, stability, and respect for the rule of law cannot be upheld if ambiguity persists in the face of ongoing violence and repression. Rather than enable the masking of the junta's military violence as state functions, ASEAN formations must unequivocally show solidarity with the Myanmar people's desire for true liberation from oppressive regimes. Mr. Speaker, 5 years of consensus have produced nothing. It is time for consequence. I yield the floor, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Ko to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. The speech of the Honorable Rene Ko is referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules governing inquiries in need of legislation, I move to refer the following House resolutions to the appropriate committees. House Resolution number 835 to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture. House Resolution number 836 to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture. House Resolution 837 to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture. House Resolution number 838 to the Ad Hoc Committee on Legislative Energy, Action and Development. House Resolution number 840 to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development. House Resolution number 841 to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education. House Resolution number 850 to the Committee on Transportation. House Resolutions number 852 and 857 to the Ad Hoc Committee on Legislative Energy, Action and Development. House Resolution number 864 to the Committee on Public Works and Highways. House Resolution number 865 to the Committee on Natural Resources. House Resolution number 866 to the Committee on Health.
Sa diretso na to.
House Resolution number 867 to the Committee on Ways and Means. House Resolution number 875 to the Ad Hoc Committee on Legislative Energy, Action and Development. House Resolution number 877 to the Special Committee on Southern Tagalog Development. House Resolution number 886 to the Committee on Energy. House Resolution number 887 to the Ad Hoc Committee on Legislative Energy, Action and Development. House Resolution number 889 to the Committee on Energy. House Resolution number 899 to the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples. House Resolution number 900 to the Committee on Welfare of Children. House Resolution number 910 to the Committee on Justice. House Resolution number 914 to the Ad Hoc Committee on Legislative Energy, Action and Development. House Resolutions number 920 and 921 to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture. House Resolutions number 924, 925, 937 to the Committee on Health. House Resolution number 946 to the Committee on Energy. House Resolution number 950 to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development. House Resolutions number 961 and 962 to the Committee on National Defense and Security. House Resolution number 965 to the Committee on Energy. House Resolution number 966 to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development. House Resolution number 967 to the Committee on Agriculture and Food. House Resolution number 968 to the Committee on National Defense and Security. House Resolution number 969 to the Committee on Justice. House Resolution number 970 to the Committee on Transportation. House Resolution number 971 to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology. House Resolution number 974 to the Committee on Labor and Employment. House Resolution number 976 to the Committee on Energy. House Resolution number 978 to the Committee on Energy. House Resolution number 979 to the Committee on Energy. And House Resolution number 980 to the Committees on Public Information and Communications Technology.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The aforementioned resolutions are referred to the appropriate committees. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who would avail of the privilege hour, I move to close the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Privilege hour is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move to refer the following speeches to the appropriate committees. The speech of the Honorable Mercado Revilla, delivered on March 9, 2026, to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality. The speech of Representative Ismula, delivered on March 9, 2026, to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality. The speeches of Honorable Angeles, Honorable Zubiri, Honorable Singson, Honorable Roque, and Honorable Gonzalez, and Honorable Co, Honorable Ilago, Honorable Javier, Honorable Bagao, Honorable De Lima, and Honorable Montes, all delivered on May 9, 2026, to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality. The speech of Honorable Ko to the Committee of Welfare and Children, delivered on May 9, 2026. The speech of Honorable Santos, delivered on March 10, 2026, to the Special Committee on ASEAN Affairs. The speech of the Honorable Mendoza, delivered on March 10, 2026, to the Special Committee on ASEAN Affairs. The privileged speech of the Honorable Santos, delivered on March 10, 2026, to the Committee on Public Works and Highways. The speech of the Honorable Roman, delivered on March 10, 2026, to the Ad Hoc Committee on Legislative Energy, Action, and Development. The speech of the Honorable Jokno, delivered on March 10, 2026, to the Committee on Public Order and Safety. The speech of the Honorable Sendanya, delivered on March 10, 2026, to the Committee on Climate Change. The speech of the Honorable Nazal, delivered on March 10, 2026, to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education. The speech of the Honorable Amante, delivered on March 10, 2026, to the Ad Hoc Committee on Legislative Energy, Action, and Development. The speech of the Honorable Erice, delivered on March 10, 2026, to the Committee on Justice. The speech of the Honorable Gutierrez, delivered on March 17, 2026, to the Ad Hoc Committee on Legislative Energy, Action, and Development. The speech of the Honorable Nazal, delivered on March 18, 2026, to the Ad Hoc Committee on Legislative Energy, Action, and Development. The speech of the Honorable Benitez, delivered on March 18, 2026, to the Committee on Agriculture and Food. The speech of the Honorable Dagoc, delivered on May 4, 2026, to the Committee on Energy. The speech of the Honorable Fresnedi, delivered on May 4, 2026, to the Committee on Public Works and Highways. The speech of the Honorable Asidre, delivered on May 4, 2026, to the Committee on Public Information. The speech of the Honorable Abalos, delivered on May 4, 2026, to the Committee on Energy. Speech of the Honorable Ilago, delivered on May 4, 2026, to the Committee on Labor and Employment. Speech of the Honorable Valeriano, delivered on May 4, 2026, to the Committee on Transportation. Speech of the Honorable De Jesus, delivered on May 4, 2026, to the Committee on Legislative Franchises. Speech of the Honorable San Fernando, delivered on May 4, 2026, to the Committee on Labor and Employment. Speech of the Honorable Bagao, delivered on May 5, 2026, to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources. The speech of the Honorable Jokno and the speech of the Honorable Sendanya, delivered both on May 5, 2026, to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources. The speech of the Honorable Nazal, delivered on May 5, 2026, to the Committee on Energy. The speech of the Honorable Tino, delivered on May 5, 2026, to the Committee on Labor and Employment. The speeches of the Honorable Ko and the Honorable Roman, both delivered on May 5, 2026, to the Committee on Public Information. The speech of the Honorable Legacion, delivered on May 5, 2026, to the Committee on Transportation. The speech of the Honorable Sentay, delivered on May 6, 2026, to the Committee on Energy. The speech of the Honorable Dagoc, delivered on May 6, 2026, to the Ad Hoc Committee on Legislative Energy, Action, and Development. And the speech of the Honorable Yap, delivered on May 6, 2026, to the Committee on Energy.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The aforementioned speeches delivered by our colleagues in Congress are referred to the appropriate committees. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Bill number 7294 from the Committee on Basic Education and Culture to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization. House Bill numbers 472, 1169, 3725, 6432, and 7887 from the Committee on Basic Education and Culture to the Committees on Basic Education and Culture and Health. House Bill numbers 211, 1471, and 1812 from the Committees on Basic Education and Culture and Higher and Technical Education to the Committees on Higher and Technical Education and Basic Education and Culture. House Bill number 767 from the Committee on Basic Education and Culture to the Committees on Higher and Technical Education and Basic Education and Culture. House Bills number 393, 516, 618, 850, 875, 876, 886, 1476, 1894, 2021, 2212, 2650, 2805, 2991, 3198, 3373, 3771, 3801, 4557, 4910, 5088, 5125, 5369, 5473, 6001, 6486, 6577, 7000, 7364, 7430, 7573, 7710, 7878, 7884, 8287, 8343, 8438, 8439, 8512, 8522, 8727, 8828, 8857, 8965, 8992, 9007, and 9009 from the Committee on Health to the Committee on Health and the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities. House Bill numbers 1023 and 2417 from the Committee on Cooperatives Development to the Committees on Cooperatives Development and Agriculture and Food. House Bill numbers 3249, 3466, 5130, 5295, and 5315 from the Committee on Agriculture and Food to the Committees on Cooperatives Development and Agriculture and Food. Privileged speech delivered by Representative Swansing on February 23, 2026 from the Committee on Disaster Resilience to the Committee on Ecology. House Bill number 500 and 8156 from the Committee on Welfare of Children to the Committee on Population and Family Relations. House Bill number 7688 from the Committee on Natural Resources to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization. House Bill number 7571 from the Committees on Information and Communications, Technology, and Welfare of Children to the Committee on Welfare of Children. House Bill number 7895 from the Committees on Welfare of Children and Information and Communications Technology to the Committee on Welfare of Children. House Bill number 621 from the Committee on Government Reorganization to the Committees on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples and Government Reorganization. House Bill number 8755 from the Committee on Health to the Committees on Trade and Industry and Health. House Bill number 2744 from the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization to the Committee on Local Government. House Resolution number 462 from the Committee on Agriculture and Food to the Committee on Visayas Development. Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved for change of referral to the respective committees. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to include additional co-authors to House Bill number 763, 8461, 8392, 8420, 8699, 8700, 8702, 8869, 8876, 9048, 9157, and 1004, and House Resolution numbers 694, 826, 895, 896, 897, 898, 903, 905, 906, 952, 956, 957, 958, 959, 960, 963, 964, 984, 1001, and 1004, as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to take up additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the committee reports. Please proceed.
Additional reference of business. Committee reports. Committee report numbers 294, 295, 296, and 297, submitted by the Committee on Local Government on House Bill numbers 7030, 3273, 3572, and 3717, respectively. Committee report number 298, submitted by the Committee on Ethics and Privileges on committee case number P-2025-06 and committee case number SC-2025-07. Informing the House of the findings and recommendation of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges on the aforestated cases. Committee report number 299, submitted by the Committee on Ethics and Privileges on committee case number SC-2026-20, committee case number PS-2026-21, committee case number PS-2026-22, and committee case number SC-2026-23. Informing the House of the action taken by the Committee on Ethics and Privileges on the matter, including the committee's findings and recommendations.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules and upon the request of the chairperson of the Committee on Poverty Alleviation, I move to recommit House Bill number 8413 under Committee Report number 145 to the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. House Bill number 8413 under Committee Report number 145 is hereby recommitted to the Committee on Poverty Alleviation. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration of House Resolution number 10004 in consolidation with House Resolutions 938 and 949, and for this purpose, request the Secretary General to read the title of the House Resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 1004. Please proceed.
House Resolution 1004, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Salvador B. Britannico, former representative of the Barangay Association for National Advancement and Transparency, party list, during the 14th Congress and representative of the province of Iloilo during the regular Batasang Pambansa.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution 10004 in consolidation with House Resolution 938 and 949. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. All those in favor of House Resolution 1004 in consolidation with House Resolutions 938 and 949, please say aye. Aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1004 is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn session until Monday, May 18 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Session is adjourned until May 18 at 3 p.m. Thank you, nanibago naman ako eh. Teka, nagbakasyon eh. Salamat. Yes, medyo. Thank you, Nagbakasyon na matagal eh.